Certainly. Hello. Goofy.
That's well.
Ew.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is the Race on Oz network. We are getting set for some multi-class racing. It's the round one of the Mini Endurance Pan Am series. We're doing GT3s and GT4s around Imola today, and looking forward to kicking off very, very shortly. But in the meantime, we'll take you through some pre-race. But before I get to that, I am once again joined by Zach. Zach, my man, how you going?
I'm going great. I'm loving being back. I had a small move actually completely across the country, so got me a little occupied, but I'm more than happy to be back.
Fantastic. Good to have you back. It's been a little while since we've done a stream together, so I think the last one we did was a 3 hour of Suzuka. I can't remember. But yeah, looking forward to this one getting off in 3.5, getting started in 3.5 minutes. So just an idea on the race makeup for qualifying. It's going to be 20 minutes. It'll begin with the GT4s for 20 minutes, and then we'll kick it over to the GT3s for the last 10 minutes. Where it'll be 20 minutes total, and then 3 hours of Imola. A fun little circuit, this one. Let's take a look at the track now, because at the track, I don't have any standings or anything to go off. 4.9 kilometre circuit, 19 turns in total. Plenty of action spots around here, especially through the two variantes, as they like to refer them to, the Tamburello and Villeneuve. You see plenty of overtaking opportunities through Tosa as well. Minerali, there's always a bit of action through there, and then Alta as well towards the end of the lap. The sausage curbs that are there can cause some drivers to become unstuck as well, and then Rivazza finishing off the lap. But overall, a pretty exciting circuit. Lots of undulations. It was originally designed by Enzo Ferrari. He wanted to have his own mini Nordschleifer, and this is what they came up with. So it's had a bit of a renaissance in the last few years. It was a track that was sort of off the radar for a lot of racing for a long time, but due to the pandemic, came back to F1, and it's been sort of in the spotlight a lot since then, and being added to ACC as well. So looking forward to this one. What are your thoughts on the circuit there, Zach?
I think it looks like a really interesting one. I don't have a lot of experience racing this track, but it does look like it's going to have a lot of overtaking opportunities, especially in that first sector. I'm really excited to see what it's going to bring.
Yeah, me too. So, got a pretty full field as well. It's a 3 hour enduro. Now, it is not required that everyone races in a team, and I can see that there are quite a few two driver teams. I see four out of the 24 cars, 5 maybe, Jimmy and Bradley. So 4 or 5, so not too many, not as many as I assumed. But the rest
certainly for the 3 hour, I would expect a tad bit more, but
yeah. So I'll get this up, go. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 3 hours. It's kind of right on the cusp, right? It's probably about as far as you want to go solo.
Oh yeah, without completely tearing yourself down. I think 3 hours is really like the hurdle.
Yeah, I agree. So anything above that, you definitely want to be in with a team. Welcome to everyone.
But with the team, it should make some pretty interesting place dynamics to see what happens, especially when they're switching.
Yeah, right. Mr. Goose. Sounds a bit like Zach's voice is a bit distorted, almost like it's doubling up. Not sure if that's just the stream end. Not too sure. You've got no other microphone anywhere. It looks all good on my end.
Not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think that might be from your end a little bit, Zach. It sort of is a little tiny bit choppy, so I think that just might be the connection through Discord, perhaps. So
I think it's probably Discord.
Yeah, I think
different region servers for networks, all just changed.
Yeah, it might just sort of, hopefully it tidies itself up. All right, here we go. So we are not far away from getting this one started. Here we go. Here's the action on track. So you can see there, Chen was the fastest driver there. His time that he set a 1:40.885. was the fastest time of the session. So we're 90 seconds away or less from getting this one kicked off. And it'll be...
Looks like the only driver going is number 20, Licton.
Yeah, it is Team Iris. I think that's a McLaren, GT4 McLaren. Yeah, Chris Rise, we got your livery as well. Hopefully got everyone's. Some usual suspects in there: Gonzalez, Devine, Lucas Curran, Juan Caires, Hasselbrock, North, Lloyd, McSharpenberry. Who else? So we got plenty of
all people I even recognize.
Yeah. So plenty of regulars in there, and a few new names too. As Lucas Licton finishes up his lap.
Green light, go.
There we go. And now we should be good to go. All right.
It looks like a very interesting mix of GT3 and GT4.
Yeah, well,
especially on the leaderboard here.
GT4 are gonna kick us off to start with, so just waiting for cars to make their way out of the pits. Can't really see anything. Oh, here we go. Here's Curtis Ruston. Get that track map up for you. There it is. Sorry about that, everyone. Here we go. Back again. All right. So Curtis Ruston.
We're off.
Yeah, kicking us off. So only driver out on circuit. So the GT4s are going to use the first 10 minutes of this qualifying session. Will be followed by the GT3s. Ryan Valentine, one of the AM drivers, usually races in a Mercedes. He's out there in an Alpine today or tonight, wherever you are in the world. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere or in Australia, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Happy Father's Day. Did not know it was.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was Father's Day till Friday. So, happy Father's Day to all the dads. So we're watching Valentine and Ruston, the only two GT4s out there right now.
Does look like we have a few more. Looks like we have one.
Yeah, Lucas Licton.
We have 4 GT4s in total, which makes it easy to count.
Alright, so this will be a pretty focused qualifying session. Ruston is going to be the first driver to set a time. So he's coming through Ravat. So this is his out lap right now, so not his time lap yet. Track conditions are fast, 27 degrees air, matches the track temperature. A little bit of wind, not much weather, looking like it's on the forecast. So Ruston will set off on
hopefully
his lap.
Not nearly as shaky weather as Suzuka was last time I was here.
Yeah, we had a nice mix of mixed up weather. Not nice for drivers, but definitely nice from a...
More fun for us, for
yes.
certain.
Yeah, we're always cheering for it. Others certainly not. If you're in the driving side of things, as Ruston heading through Villeneuve now. Got Licton is out there too. So 3 of the 4 GT4 field out there to set their laps as Ruston making his way through Tosa and up the hill.
That we get here.
Tricky corner here, Piratella. The speed difference is quite evident when you jump on board.
Oh yeah.
We had a mixed class last week on the Ruse network from AAES, 71 cars, and that was a mixture of GT3, GT4 and Porsche Cup. And yeah, as you'd imagine, the talk of blue flags was quite prominent. And then I even participated in one the day after, and the post chat through Discord was all about blue flags. So I don't think we'll have too many dramas Yeah, don't really have too many. Don't think she'll have too many dramas. Hopefully hopefully that mic is sorted from your end as well, Zach. Bloody OCE, yeah, that race was bonkers. It was pretty wild. Valentine a little bit wild there through Alta. So first time set from Ruston, 154.177. Give you an idea in comparison to the GT3s. The fastest time in free practice was a 140.8. There's Ryan Valentine just running a little bit wide there. Out of Ravazza. But he's invalidated his lap, so this is not going to count. And he was about a 155. Let's see what Lichten...
I'm actually pretty surprised on how close the times are comparative to GT3 and GT4. I think it would be a little bit wider than what it is, especially with all the turns. But I think it's going really well.
Yeah, but I don't think traffic will be too much of an issue
Yes.
for this race. Just in terms of, we've only got 4 GT4s, the rest GT3s.
Yes.
But always good for the faster guys to keep their eyes peeled for the slower categories. As Lichten, this is a valid time, so a 154.1 is the time set from Ruston. Where will he come out in comparison to that? He goes a 151.9, so significantly quicker.
Wow. That is...
one.
Rustin's definitely going to have to pull it in.
Yeah, well, he's invalidated this lap. There's only 4 minutes left in this GT4 qualifying session. 3 of the 4 GT4s out there. One of them is Valentine, just coming through Aqua Minerale now, and he's invalidated his lap as well. So, will we see invalid laps or make their way, make an issue in qualifying, let alone the race as well? So,
Yes.
not typically an issue around this circuit, but
I think definitely with the GT4 cars having a little less downforce, especially on these tighter turns, it definitely would lead to some overshooting, especially if you're used to driving GT3.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because I think when you're driving a GT4 car, you feel like you can just throw it around a little bit more because it just doesn't have as much horsepower. So that might be the case as
when that's almost not entirely true due to the fact of lack of downforce. They're not. You can throw it, but you're also going significantly slower. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
So Lichten heading down the hill now. So he's invalidated his lap as well. So both drivers, Rustin and Lichten, both out there on.
Valentine does have a valid lap so far, but it's only 24 seconds in.
Yeah. Lichten to the end here. Good thing about GT4 is you get some new interiors that you're not normally accustomed to, which would be refreshing. Have a look at the Alpine interior of Valentine. Yet to set a valid lap in this qualifying session. So he makes his way up the hill.
Certainly going along. See how he takes this corner.
See how many drivers those
Valentine invalidated his lap again. Hopefully he's able to get a qualifying in.
We'll stick with him to the end. Car lurching forward, under braking. He's a little bit wide. He's done that a couple of times already, so just get to become accustomed with 17 and 18. He's heading into the pits. So a minute 18 left in this qualifying session. The next 10 minutes are going to be the remainder of the field, the GT3 cars. The GT4s complete their qualifying session. So far, the fastest man on the circuit is the car we see on screen. That's Iris Lucas Licton for Team Iris, the number 77. 51.9, he's 1.5 tenths up on his best time right now. We'll see if he can continue on here. Rustin's out there as well, looking pretty racy. As I say that, looks like he's had an off at Alta, and Licton goes to the line, and Rustin has teleported back to the pits. Who's that other McLaren coming out? This is the GT3, sorry, that was a Lamborghini. They're all just getting set for their qualifying session, and it looks like Licton will finish this lap. And once that 10-minute clock is set, GT3s will make their way out of the pits for their qualifying session. And there we go. So that's it for Licton. Licton was the top of the times there, 151.947. And then you had Rustin as well. And it looks like Valentine didn't set a time. Cool. So here's Caleb Craig in the Get Speed Mercedes. Like that livery. Some other very familiar names out there. Gage Gonzalez, the 2023 summer champion. Xu Chen didn't get his livery, so not too sure what happened there. Wasn't on the awesome sim racing, whatever it is. This one was. Oh, have a look at this, Chris Rise. I like this. Look at that. That's a beautiful looking livery. I like the colour, the different colours there. Who else is Wanagia? Caleb Wanagia. Oh, and that's a disconnect, and quite a few cars disconnecting. So I think we might have a bit of an issue here. Just about the whole entire field is disconnected by the looks of things. Yeah, that's not good. Never had this happen with. Not too sure if this is just my end. I hope not. Well. Alright, so I'm just having a look at the Discord to see what is happening here. That's the state right now. Antares. I don't know if this is my end or not. I might have to get out and come back in. Hang on a second, let me just check the Discord. Yeah. Alright, so I think we're going to have to get this one started again. Let's disconnect, yeah. Yeah, it looks like the server's down. So, apologies for that, everyone. Going to have to just wait to see what happens. I'm just in the Discord chat now, having a look. So just sit tight. And hopefully yeah. They're just working on it now. So just sit tight, everyone. I will as soon as it gets sorted, I will let you know. Yeah, I think the server has died. I'm just trying to get confirmation here. Looks like qualifying is going to be restarted, and I'm just waiting for confirmation here. So just sit tight, everyone.
Hello again. Sorry, I had to take a small leave. I heard that my mic was coming in and out.
Yeah, oh, that sounds pretty good from my end. We've just got the server. Looks like it's crashed. So
Interesting.
just waiting on. Just waiting on confirmation from the chat here on what's happening with it. There's talk of resetting it, but they're just confirming right now. So I think they're going to restart it. Yeah, because people went out and then came back in again. So...
I am currently on the server, and it's showing a couple other people on it, so probably good now.
Let me have a look here.
Green light, go, go, go.
Oh yeah, there's other people in here now. Alright, what, 9, 10 people in, so people starting to file in again.
Slowly but surely.
Server has been reset. Okay, great. I've never had that happen before in a Pan Am race before. So
First time I've seen it as well.
Yeah, first time for everything, I guess. So the field starting to all filter back in now. So hopefully we won't be too far away from getting this one back going again.
I certainly agree. Get back on it.
Yeah. I've got 20-minute qualifying session is up right now.
Get those GT4 cars out.
Here's live pictures, everyone, just to give you an idea what's going on. Now, Ryan Valentine is out there. So let me just check the Discord. So, server's been reset, which is good. And
Valentine is up and at it, and also looks like Licton is as well. We'll see how the times resettle. Don't expect much of a change.
Yeah. Alright, so Valentine, Licton is out there. Alright, okay, so it looks like Licton. So I think we might be redoing qualifying all over again. I can't see any 100% confirmation, but that's certainly what it's looking like right now. Not typically an issue. Yeah, a few people.
Two cars are trailing each other relatively closely, surprisingly enough.
Yeah. Alright, cool. So we're back. It looks like we're going to restart everything. So we're already in the midst of that. And we are almost halfway through the GT4 qualifying. So this is good for Ryan Valentine. He gets to have another go at it. He wasn't able to set a lap earlier on. And Curtis Ruston is out there. So he was the fastest in the first qualifying session. He is now just on a out lap. So we'll stick with Lucas Licton for now. A false start, take two, and fingers crossed.
Small little reset, it's all right.
Yeah, fingers crossed that at least this didn't happen like an hour into the race. All right, so he's
Would not
Licton.
have made for an optimal race.
No,
It's all right.
no, definitely not. As he comes down the hill towards 17 and 18, Rivata.
So we have new race details that just came in. It's still going to be a 60-minute practice, 20-minute qualifying, just as before, with a 3-hour race.
Yeah, beautiful.
Split by 10 minutes, right down the middle.
Awesome. All right, great. So Licton, that's a 1:51 is his time. Let's have a look at Ryan Valentine. As Curtis Ruston, he's out there. He's on an invalid lap right now. So we did see that earlier, having issues. So once again, he was the one who didn't have any issues. This was the driver that did. That's Ryan Valentine making his way through Piratella. Down through Aqua Minerale now. Great part of the track through here. You got that sausage curb that runs parallel to the track, and then a couple of big yellow sausage curbs up here for Tosa as well. So lots of opportunities for overtaking through here. You often see guys getting a little bit desperate sometimes, overdoing it. You can get some pretty spectacular pictures of cars flying over those yellow sausage curbs. So we'll see if it trips up any in this race. As Valentine, can he make it through Varts this time without any issues? He does. So his first go at it has proven to be worthwhile. Let's see.
Personally, I always love learning the names of all the different corners. It's always an interesting part of racing.
Yeah, and there's always cool stories behind it usually as well.
Yes.
Aqua Minerale, it's not really... it's kind of like 130R. 130R is named after the degree of turn. It's a 130 degree turn. And Aqua Minerale, there's a natural spring that is just behind it there on the track. So that's what they call it, Aqua Minerale. So always fun stories. As Licton, a 151.507 is his best time. That last one was a 52.1.
Look like Valentine's on the board as well, 2 seconds behind.
He's out there, and then Curtis Ruston is the only driver that's yet to set a time. So a minute 50. A few other people in the chat as well. Bloody OCE qualified for APAC Regional Final, the Lamborghini Real Race. That's awesome. So some real life racing. Congratulations to him. Trucks. I was originally entered with Valentine as a team, but when we saw there's only 4 GT4 teams entered, we agreed to split our entries. Ah, that's smart.
Yes.
Yeah, very good idea. We might flick over to Ruston, who's in the Aston Martin. He's yet to complete his first time lap. Should have raced. Yeah, got a family reunion I'm still stuck at, but I'll be back for round number 2 in a couple of weeks. That's Trox. Yeah, awesome. All right. It's coming up to that time of year, isn't it? That holiday season.
Just getting into it for sure. I mean, with Father's Day and everything.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's Ruston. So what sort of time can he put on the board here? A 53.185.
Just barely behind Valentine.
Yeah. Looks like Valentine's in the pits. Only 30 seconds left. And then we're going to take 2 for the GT3s. Valentine at 53.18. Licton actually went faster than his previous qualifying time by about half a second. So the reset has worked well for him.
Definitely a small benefit. Is able to get that reevaluation. Get back into it. Valentine definitely working hard this lap. Just watching him.
Yeah, interestingly, all the telemetry is on the middle of the steering wheel where it actually is attached to it. So if you're going through a corner, you can't necessarily see it.
Yeah, it's definitely gear counting, and that would be his run.
Yeah, that's all done.
So
So, yeah, Licton, Valentine, and Ruston is the order. So Valentine and Ruston,
Certainly.
yeah, swap positions as the
Certainly
GT
should be a fun lineup.
Yeah, as the GT3s now make their way out on the circuit. All are out there just about. Hasselbrock, as I mentioned, some familiar names. Vasquez Barantes.
Hasselbrock is always so much fun to watch.
Felix Hayward. That's a new name I've not seen before. There's Phil Brown. It's a nice looking livery. We'll see if we can get a bit of a closer shot.
It's quite nice.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, very nice. Digging it. I like it. Alright, what's happened to Chen? He's just abandoned his lap. And looks like Hinman is going to be the first of the GT3s to set a time. So just coming through Tamburello now. Short, sharp 10-minute qualifying session. Bloody OCE saying Jimmy needs to learn to qualify.
Nah, it's okay. Jimmy's there for the fun.
And the ranch.
Segment. Yeah. I saw one guy's was Barks Root Beer, and personally I'm a big fan of Barks.
Yeah, right, I've not heard of that brand before, so... Alright, so here's Hinman. So 151, mid 151 was the qualifying time for the GT4s. Of 140.8 was the fastest time set in free practice from the GT3s. So we'll see where Linman comes out.
Lines up.
And he's actually invalidated. Sorry, he's on a warm-up lap. Sorry, my mistake. Devine will be the first one. Here we go.
Does look like he's making pretty good time so far. The speed difference between the GT3 and GT4 is very readily apparent.
Definitely. This is way through Ravazza now. With that colour on the Porsche.
Yeah. Really close to hitting track boundaries there, but it's all right. And again.
He goes William Curran, so Devine
It's a
goes...
142 from Devine.
Yeah. There's Liam Curran. He goes into P2. This is Palin out there as well in the Audi. See as many Audis as in the past. They are leaving the GT World Series as well, so
Does look like a good chunk of McLarens, so that's interesting to see. Well as Porsche are obvious show up.
Here's Phil Brown. Another Audi. So top of the times right now is Chen, 141.7.
Another second and a half to be cut off that time.
He's one car race. Often find him in a Porsche, in an Audi today. What about Chris North in the Mercedes, the 214? Let's see where he can shake out right now.
Making a great time for himself.
Yeah, P4. Hinman, he was the what I thought was the first driver out there, but now about to set his time. Gage Gonzalez setting a lap right now too, so we'll get to him very shortly as Hinman goes up into
setting
P4.
out 142.6. See what Gage is able to pull off in these next 10 seconds. If I remember correctly, Gage does not usually drive the McLaren.
No, he's almost always in a McLaren.
Setting at 141.2.
Here's Monsoon, the Italian job blue. I like it. Goes up into P8. Here's Lud Flores and the trusty Lexus. Yeah, bloody OCE. Liam Curran. Liam Curran was in the. I think he took over the podium last week in that 70-car multi-car race at Spa. Yeah, I like Liam Curran. I talked him up before the race and actually looked pretty good at the end of it because he got a podium. So good luck to him tonight. He's been a regular at Pan Am as well, so good to see him again. But here's Flores in that very nicely turned out Lexus, setting his first time of the day. How can he shape out here up into P16? Chris, do you see Chris Rise there for a second? Yeah, he was on the screen there, P12. So is that very nicely turned out delivery of his that's brand new. So
Does look gorgeous,
yeah,
have to say.
yeah, looks awesome. What about Caleb Craig? Gets speed number 369 in Mercedes. A couple of Mercedes, 3 of them in fact in the field for this one. 24 cars in total.
Hopefully Jimmy will start qualifying in a second.
Yeah, still in the pits. Just a tick under 3 minutes remaining. 2 other drivers other than the one we see on screen right now yet to set a time, and then there's Jimmy as well yet to set a time. So we'll see what Caleb Craig does. They're all chasing one man. That's Gage Gonzalez. 41.297 is the best time so far, and no surprise to see him up there at the top of the field. A couple of McLarens and a Porsche in the top 3.
Not at all.
Here's Caleb Craig, P13 for now, so not a bad lap from him. Lud Flores coming around 1.2 seconds quicker than his best time. move him up a couple of spots. No, it doesn't. Alright, so this is out there in the end. Who else is out there? Chris North in the Mercedes P8. Not looking like he's going to improve his time.
Not quite.
What about Caleb Wanigia? So apologies, didn't get this livery. Oh, the car 710. I did look for it in the Awesome Sim Racing website there, but with the Pan Am liveries, but I couldn't find it, unfortunately. So I did try.
I just had a 141.8. Very solid time, bringing him up to P6.
Here's Monsu. Currently P12. 1.5 tenths up on his best time. Should move him a spot, maybe 2.
Just a bit. Goes up a spot, like you said.
Here's Lloyd. Don't think he'll improve. Who else is out there? Chen. So 58 hundredths of a second is the difference between it. He improves by 55 100ths of a second, so not quite close enough. So 3 1,000ths of a second is the difference between
Absolutely
P1 and
wild.
P2. Yeah. So Gage Gonzalez looking like he might have a little bit of competition this
Currently
evening.
not on a valid lap, so doesn't look like he'll be able to set another time. Might be able to if he squeezes. Looks like we also got North about to set a time. He is 3/10 of a second faster. Bring him up 2 or 3 spots to P6.
Here's Devine. He's 1.5 tenths up on his best time. So if he holds this pace, he should move into P2, possibly P1 right now. So
Just back to back there, yes.
and there
He
we go.
does move into P1.
Yeah, nice work from him. Here's Colo. He's looking to improve his time. He's 7 tenths behind Waniga.
Not enough to move him.
Here's Chen, so he's 3.5 tenths up on his best time. So Devine is in the pits. He's all done. Gage Gonzalez looks like he's about to pull out of his lap right now. So
Does look like Brown is about to go up into 15th.
yeah, so Chen, there we go. So Chen goes into pole position. So nice work from him. He takes pole position away. He looks like he's got that locked up. Brown, the number 4 Audi, he's 3 tenths up on his best time, so that might move him 1 spot above Juan Carres, who's in P9 there in the Audi. He's in the pits, so he might be replaced by another Audi here, and it looks like he will as he goes to the line. No, he doesn't. That did improve,
Not
but
quite.
not quite. So P10, but car on top, 117 McLaren. That's Chen. Congratulations to him. A 141 000. So dead flat.
Absolutely
141.
crazy.
Yeah, awesome time.
Wild time.
Yeah, from him. And then you've got Devine, Gonzalez, Hasselbrock, Curran. That's your top 5. North, Waniga, Colo, Carres, Brown. That rounds out your top 10. In terms of the GT4s, so your GT4s populate P20. Lucas Lichten, P21, P22 is Curtis Ruston. So only 3 GT4s, not the 4 that we originally thought.
Yes, one must have dropped off.
Yep, and then we've got, in terms of the 2 driver teams, Matt Devine and John Cannon, the highest of the 2 driver teams up there in P2. So we got there in the end. We had a bit of a false start there for qualifying.
A little bit. It's all right.
Yep.
Out of 3 hours, I don't think it will cause much of a delay.
Yes, yeah. So we should be good to go. So we'll be back very, very shortly. We'll take a quick little time out here and be back in a couple of minutes to
Sounds awesome.
get set for 3 hours of Imola, not Monza. All right, we are back, everyone. So let's have a quick look at this grid here. So it was Chen who took out pole position with a 141 dead flat. You got Matt Devine, who is in P2, so good result there from the Porsche. Gage Gonzalez sitting in P3, so he's got a bit of competition today, which is going to be certainly making for interesting racing. Hasselbrock in P4 there in the Lamborghini, so he's the highest Lamborghini. Liam Curran for Goose Motorsport, the number 43 in the Aston Martin, starting from P5. Chris North, he'll start from P6 in the Mercedes. Then Waniger for the 7110 Ferrari, highest of the Ferraris, starting in P7. Colo in 8th there in another McLaren. Then you got Juan Carres in the Audi. He's going to start from P9. P10, Phil Brown. Quite a nice looking, I think we've already commented a couple of times on the look of that livery. We've got Monsu, who will be beginning from P11. Hinman in the BMW, starting from 12th. Chris Rise, he's the first of 3 Porsches in a row. Him, Lloyd, and Brown, they occupy 13th, 14th, 15th. Caleb Craig is starting from 16th. But Sharpenberry, didn't see him so far in qualifying, but he snuck in there in P17. Palin is going to start from 18th in the number 20 Audi. Lud Flores in the trusty number 14 Lexus. He's going to start from 19th. 20th is Licton in the GT4. Ryan Valentine in the second GT4. And then Curtis Ruston starting from 22nd. And then 23rd on the grid is Vasquez Barrantes. And I don't see Jimmy out there. So not too sure what's happened to him, but
We actually did just see in chat that Jimmy's brakes aren't currently working. So that was the issue that he ran into.
good insight. What are your thoughts? What were your thoughts on qualifying? There's that.
I absolutely loved it. I really love how the top 3 are right next to each other within the hundredths of seconds, thousands of seconds even. So I'm really looking forward to how their dynamic is going to be, especially so close to each other. Then looking down the leaderboard, it's a pretty tight race today. There's not much flexion, especially once you get past P6. It's pretty linear, so it should be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm liking a nice, tight, compacted grid. Makes for some good racing. So these guys just doing their warm-up lap now, getting set for, this is round number 1. I think there's 3 rounds of the mini endurance series that we're doing. So this is round number 1. I'm not Jimmy. Chen is going to walk Gage today. All right. So good to know that Jimmy, although he's not on the track, he's still with us in the chat.
He's with us in our hearts. It's all right.
Exactly. I'm sure he'll be kicking back with some sort of food and dipping it into his beloved ranch sauce there in, I think he's from Canada, I do believe. Phil Brown, Monsoon as well. So the field all filtering through. Really nice, nice sized field. 23. Don't think you'd want too much of a bigger field than 23 around here.
No, not by much.
Yeah.
Think beyond that, it gets way too complicated. It makes things almost traffic,
Yeah.
as you have to put it earlier.
Yeah. Alright, so coming towards the end of the lap now, and we're not far away from getting this one started. This should be a lot of fun. 3 hours around Imola. We've got a few 2-driver teams, and the rest are all doing it solo. This man here is certainly one of them. Devine is teaming up with John Cannon.
We got Aiden Hasbrock with Luri Venura. Should be a very fun race to watch.
Love the team events. Here we go. That's our grid right there. Looking very sharp right now. So 23 cars, and we're about to embark on 3 hours of racing around all 19 turns of Imola. 3 stops required.
Like I said before, with 3 hours, I could never do it. It's always so impressive to watch, and I can't wait. About to get the green light here.
Here we go. So it is a bit of an extra long line, extra run there. Here we go. There it is.
Go, go, go.
We got green, green, green.
So good start there from Chen. Devine sliding in behind. Gonzalez going up the inside. Hasselbrook having a look as well as they all file through to Tamburello. Looks like the field has gotten through so far without any dramas. So a good
Chen
clean
immediately
start.
getting space from Devine and Gonzalez.
Yeah, so Chen opening up a little bit of a gap there. Some action going on in the background there. That's Liam Curran. Makes a little bit of contact there through Villeneuve. That's Juan Carres in the Audi following now through Tosa as they all file through for the first time. A nice clean start from everyone.
Absolutely beautiful, to be honest.
Yeah, and we got some position swapping going on, but right now it's this man out in front, Chen, leading the way from Devine and Gonzalez.
Devine and Gonzalez right behind each other, not even by half a second. Also, Rise and Hinman battling it out right now with Monsu.
It's a nice compacted field going through Alta for the first time this race, and already a sizable gap between Chen and Devine. We're having a look at Rise and Hinman here as they head down the hill. Porsche going up the inside.
Beautifully side by side.
Yeah, nice work there from Chris Rice. So he takes that spot away from Hinman as we cover off the first lap of the race. And it's Chen leading from Devine, Gonzalez, Hasselbrock, North, Colo, Curran, Carres, Brown and Waniger. That's your top 10 right now. We're having
Absolutely beautiful start.
yeah, awesome clean start from everyone, which is fantastic, what you love to see. And we're watching from the rear here, Devine, who's got Gage Gonzalez behind him right now. So these two are going to do
It's a
battle.
very intense matchup between the two, especially with the trailing off the tail.
Yeah, this is going to be a good little scrap between these two. Chris Rise is falling down the order. What happened here? Let's see. That was through Villeneuve, and just a little tap from
Just
behind.
a bit of contact will spin out right there. Also does look like there is a bit of a gap between 5th and 6th place. Sizable one at that.
Yep, so 3.3 seconds. Colo is behind. Chris North sitting there in 5th position. Back to the action at the front of the field. And it's Chen leading the way. Devine hunting him down. Gage Gonzalez only 4/10 behind Devine. So we've got action and plenty at the front of the field. And don't forget Hasselbrock, there he is in the background there in the McLaren, and then Chris North just trying to hold on to this group up ahead.
It's looking like Gage is just a bit stuck on these corners. But Matt Devine holding him back just a little bit, especially with their gaps so close.
He's pretty
Hopefully
crafty.
Gage is able to stretch his legs a bit here.
Yeah, he's a pretty crafty competitor. He's pretty. He's generally fairly patient as well. Gage Gonzalez. He's always someone who's playing the long game.
It is endurance, so I sure
Yep.
hope so. Looks like we have a little bit of fighting between Coelho and Curran.
Yeah, and Curran just winning the battle right now. Oh, I've got
Just
some-
going through.
Just going to go around the outside. This is great stuff between Curran and Colo. This is down in 6 and 7. It's going to be a drag race up the hill here.
Here's trying to see if he can get anything.
Thought he was almost going to be able to take a position up the inside there, but yeah, he'll be waiting for any scraps that might fall his way. In the meantime, Gonzalez has managed to get past Devine. go to a quick replay, have a look how that happened. Oh, just out of Piratella into Aqua Minerale, goes up the inside.
Absolutely wonderful pass there.
Some nice work there from Gage Gonzalez. We go back to live action. What's happened to Chris North? He's getting swamped now. He was sitting up there a couple of spots ahead. He's dropped down all the way into 7th. Juan Carres trying to get past now as Colin. Yeah, Colin makes his way through. So North.
Very tight racing right there.
Yeah, he's had some sort of issue there, and he's been able to recover now down in 7th position. Back to the group out in front right now. So you've got Chen, his last lap was a 42 flat. Gonzalez did a 41.8. So far, fastest lap of the race, but in the very, very early stages of this one. So, no doubt.
Hasselbrock tailing right behind Devine effectively, with Gage Gonzalez slowly closing that 1 second gap down to a half a second now.
So he's now closing on Chen. You see how he deals with a little bit of pressure from behind from Gonzalez. So the top three pretty compacted now. You can see Hasselbrock, he's just got 1.8 seconds off this group here. So he'll try and hang in there. His last lap was a 42.9, similar to Devine on that last one.
Notably, Gage actually does have fastest lap so far, which was his last lap. Currently closing out 0.4 to Chen.
That's the look back from McLaren wanting to shoot Chen. So McLaren 1-2, Porsche 3rd there with Devine. So they make their way through Ravazza. But a nice clean start from everyone, so everyone's on their best behaviour. And in terms of the GT4 update as well, so it's Licton leading from Valentine, leading from Ruston. They're in 21st, 22nd and 23rd outright.
Ruston and Valentine remarkably close to each other.
Yeah, only half a second the gap between those two. You can see them making their way through Aqua Minerale now, so that gives you a bit of an idea on the GT4 situation as it stands right here in the early stages. But back to the
It looks like Gage Gonzalez is trying to get himself a pass coming in here. Trying to take that inside, but not quite getting it. Braking a little bit later on this next turn, trying to trail Chen as best as possible.
Following up the hills. A bit lacking for overtaking opportunities through here. You can see the flames belching from the rear of Chen's McLaren. Gonzalez.
At this point, it really does come down to driver skill rather than the car or anything like that, especially when you have such identical cars.
Yeah, I agree. This is real mono or mono kind of stuff right now. As I go through.
Closing to 0.1 second, so 10th of a second gap right between the two. Now barely any.
Great stuff. Only almost
Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, only almost 10 minutes into it. So a good clean start from everyone. I think that's the main thing that we wanted to get today.
Yes, minor spin out earlier, but not too impactful.
Yeah. Here we go. Getting the toe. We'll send it up the inside. No, he doesn't. Into Tamburello. Thinks better of it.
Not quite.
Those yellow sausage curbs there on the inside, so they can definitely trip the car up very, very easily. So don't want to be upsetting the car and spinning around at this early stage of the race.
Not
nor
at
at
all.
any, nor at any other time. Yeah.
It does look like Gage is just keeping it solid though, as well as Devine Chen. Hasselbrock tailing all three of them, almost hopefully making an amazing time as well.
Yeah, so he's sort of maintaining that distance of about 1.8 seconds between him and Devine. Lapped at a 142 flat that last lap around. So
Gage almost taking inside there, but not quite.
This is really being set up for cracking battle right now. Chen certainly holding his own though. Take nothing away from him. He's absorbing
Very impressive.
He's absorbing all of this pressure, and he's able to keep Gonzalez at bay for now.
It does look like Gage Gonzalez did actually set the best lap last lap, so he's definitely coming up, or set the fastest lap last lap, so he's definitely coming up through it.
So they make their way past pit straight again. So Hasselbrock, yeah, it's still hanging in there, so he's doing a good job right now to stick with this group here. It's
certainly remarkable, holding his position, not letting it fall from that 0.8 seconds, because I know I certainly would. That's not much of anything.
Yeah, now Gonzalez is going to have to just keep an eye on Devine behind as well, because Devine lapped half a second faster than Gonzalez on that previous trip around. So while he's got his eyes forward, keeping an eye on Chen, he's just going to have to keep one eye behind him as well and make sure Devine doesn't sneak up on him here. While these two battle it out. And the field's starting to spread out right now. So we've got,
second gaps here and there.
It's kind of a front group of 3.5, then the rest of the field. And Gonzalez going around the outside now through Aqua Minerale.
Not quite getting there, falling back, and actually getting back up to.
And I think he
taking first place.
Yeah, he is going to take the lead.
Very contested, though.
Oh, awesome start. Chen's not going to give it up without a fight, though. They almost make contact through there.
Just pushing him off. Devine trying to come up through on the left side.
And Devine now.
A little bit of contact there.
Yeah, he might be able to take P2 here. He's going to have the inside run for turn 17. He does, and Hasselbrock just biding his time behind these three in front of him. He might even surprise both of these guys on the main straight. So Chen remains in the lead. Gonzalez took it momentarily. And then now fallen into the clutches of Devine, where it's going to be a Porsche versus McLaren drag race up the front straight into turn 1. And Hasselbrock just hanging in there with these two as well, looking to take advantage of anything that may fall his way. Gonzalez
taking that inside, but not quite getting the inside of the second turn. A little bit of contact with Hasselbrock there.
Yeah, and he got upset by those yellow sausage curbs, and Gage Gonzalez is the biggest loser out of all of them. He went from P2 into P4, had a little bit of contact there with Hasselbrock on the way through that sort of just spat him off onto the into the sand trap there, and I was in P4 after it's all settled down. So Chen remains in the lead this one. Devine moves up the spot, so does Hasselbrock, and Gonzalez drops back into P4.
Wild performance.
That's good stuff from those drivers. Good for Gonzalez. I don't think that. I think Hasselbrock just didn't see how close Gonzalez was there and just made a little bit of contact.
Not quite. It was so tight, it's almost impossible to tell. Hasselbrock definitely was biding his time there, though, happily. Holding tight up into Devine as well.
Yeah, all's well that ends well, though. And Shan just able to open up the gap now. 1.5 seconds the difference between him and Devine.
Just as a side note, with the GT4s, there's much significant of a gap going on now with Valentine in 23rd, Licton in 21, Ruston in 22.
Also lap times as well. They're lapping around about 9 to 10 seconds slower than these guys.
A little bit of contact down in the 9th, 10th, and 11th there.
Yeah, that's Waniger, Linman, Craig involved down there. We're watching Linman and Waniger on the screen.
Very tight racing happening here.
This is down in 10th, 11th and 12th. 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. In fact, that's the pink Mercedes of Craig in front of this
side-by-side racing through these turns.
Yeah.
Almost. Just as a side note, it does look like Gage is 0.1 seconds behind Hasselbrock now. Definitely trying to build up. Right back on the tail like he was with Chen. Probably looking to take the inside of some of these corners.
This is going to be a big challenge for Hasselbrock to... Oh, hang on, what's happened here? Chris Rise just dropped down a couple of spots. That's another one. Might just see what happened on the replay here. Oh, he's just run deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not quite there.
I think that was at... that was at Villeneuve. Go back to live action, and then Lindman and Brown have swapped positions, so is Waniger as well, so he's dropped from 10th to 12th there. Liam Hinman in the number 78.
Still some remarkably close racing between those three.
Yeah, some good stuff.
Keeping the gap nice and in.
Yeah, they're a little close group there, but we've got a close group at the front of the field. 1.6 seconds the gap between Chen and Devine right now. Last lap around, Chen did a...
Looks like a little bit of a spin out in front from Valentine. Just a little bit of a disturbance for those three.
Yep. So you got lap times last time around, not 41.975 to Chen, 41.932. We've got a little bit of lap traffic coming up here. I think that's Ruston in the Aston
Yes,
Martin.
making it a little bit more difficult on tail, but it looks like Devine and Hasselbrock right back onto each other. Gage happily retaking his spot after the traffic. Not quite mixing up, but certainly had the opportunity to. Hasselbrock now only 0.1 seconds behind Devine. See if he's able to pull through. Not quite on these corners, though.
Hasselbrock having a look, though, is often a passing opportunity through Alta, but not on this trip around. And then Hasselbrock's going to have to just make sure he keeps one eye on Gage Gonzalez, because he won't be going anywhere at this stage.
Well, certainly not. Gage just playing that long game, like you said. Look like a pretty even field other than those three. Definitely the action is happening first through fourth. Does look like Gage Gonzalez is able to build on Hasselbrock right now.
There we go. So they're going to go side by side here. Hasselbrock's going to have the inside line. Gonzalez is going to have to go the long way around, and he does. And
Gage getting it.
Yeah, he gets that done. So nice work to Gage Gonzalez.
Just looked like a significant gap as well between Gage and Devine, though. Wonder what happened there.
Almost had a little bit more contact there as well between Hasselbrock and Gonzalez. Hasselbrock wasn't going to give that up without a fight, so Gonzalez moves himself back up into P3. He's going to give chase to the green Porsche of Devine as Hinman and Brown swapping positions. They got Ryan Valentine in the GT4. Moving out of the way, those two, so nice work from him. And then you've got Andre Lloyd and Brown down in 14th and 15th. A couple of Porsches right now doing battle.
Definitely battling it out.
Yeah. Very, very similar pace between these two right now, and not much separating them at all.
But for sure, only 0.02 of a second separating their best laps, so they're definitely going to be trying their best. Actually, 0.05 of a second. Sorry about that.
Just track this towards the end of the lap. Let's see if there's any change. I'll keep an eye on Gonzalez and Hasselbrock at the front there. Chen's got a 2.3 second lead right now. He was the only driver in the top 8 who lapped in the 42s then, a 42.207. So
looks like a little bit of a yellow flag happening in 20th place from Palin.
Let's see what happened.
Looks like it might have been a bit of contact there.
Oh, it was Palliant. That was at... Where is that? That's at Piratella, I think, by the looks of it. And then... we got
another yellow
Lloyd.
flag's coming out.
Yeah. Oh, that was Lloyd. Let's see what happened there. Oh, he went down the inside. Oh, and then T-Bone crunched. Going backwards there. Be careful. You have to get disqualified for driving the wrong way, but a big U-turn. Oh, that was at Rivata. Yep. back to live action. So he's dropped down into
Does
P17.
Does look like Chris Rise is going to be trying to fight Brown in the next coming laps here. Gage Gonzalez just holding the gap right behind Devine.
Yep.
Not letting up. Absolutely remarkable.
The last lap around for Gonzalez was just riding all over those sausages. A 42 flat compared to Devine, the 42.3. So he's 3 tenths faster on that previous lap, and he's faster than the race leader. So Gonzalez back in the rhythm and feeling good about this one as they come through Rivarza another time. 20 minutes now gone, and so far it's been some good action going on. The field starting to get quite spread out, but we've had plenty of action at the front of the field, which is what you want to see. And this is what we're looking at right now. Devine trying to hold off number 13. Lucky for some, unlucky for others. Don't know if there's much luck involved with it when it comes to Gage Gonzalez. He's pretty bloody good.
Gage trying to take the inside here, not quite getting it. The switch up, still forced out. Only a 1/10 of a second gap between the two. Gage pushed to outside. Not quite going to be getting the pass.
Still going to have a go at it. The back straight here, up the hill.
Like you said earlier, McLaren versus Porsche drag race almost coming up here.
Oh, Gonzalez going to go down the inside. We saw this earlier in the race between him and Chen, and he's done it again. Looks like Devine pulled out of that one.
Wonderful moves.
Yeah, let Gonzalez go. It's a nice move from Gage Gonzalez, who retakes P2 after losing it momentarily a couple of laps ago. But he's back up there, and he will give chase now to the number 117 McLaren belonging to Chen, who's about 3 seconds up the road. Gonzalez lapped half a second faster on that previous lap though, so he's got
does look like he will have that opportunity with that faster lap time, especially with that previous lap. Hasselbrock still trailing by 2 seconds. Really taking that endurance game.
Brown and Monsu. So that's Brown there in the Porsche. Chris Rise getting through. So Monsu, he's hit something or someone. He's had some sort of issue.
Yes.
And Ferrari looking a little bit worse for wear. The number 180 down there in P16. He is a solo driver, so he's got a long way to go. He might be able to deal with that for a little while longer, but keep an eye on him as he continues on. And then Chris
Should
Rise.
be very interesting to see when all of our dual drivers start switching.
Yeah.
Obviously not yet. They're only 23 minutes in, but let's say almost 45 minutes to an hour in, I would expect.
So that was Monsu. So that Ferrari was far too wounded. He had to come in. So that looks like it was probably done on that lap. In the meantime, though, Chris Rise, he's hunting down Brown in the number 549 Porsche. You can see just there in front of him in the pink and black liveried 992. And then back out the front, Devine, 0.9 of a second behind Gonzalez. Gonzalez did a 42.917 on that last lap. Chen was actually 7/10 faster, so enjoying the fresh air. The two McLarens out in front. Devine was about a second slower than Gonzalez on that previous one.
It looks like Kerr is going to be trying to get up to North, but not quite getting there.
Yeah, so that's another little battle that's going on, 7th and 8th right now.
Surprisingly, not quite a battle up there in the top 3, so it's definitely going to be down in the ladder with Rise right now.
Yeah. And interesting enough, Craig, North, he started 6th, he's down in 7th. Kara started 9th, he's in 8th. And then just behind him in the number 369 Mercedes this is Caleb Craig. He started in 16th, currently in 9th position, so he's made up 7 spots early days of this one, and he's been the biggest mover in the field as well, up 7. And then Vasquez Barantes down in 18th, the 424 Nissan. He started 23rd. He's currently in P18 right now, so he's made up 5 spots. So some early rises and fallers so far in this one. And it's a pretty well spread out field right now.
Oh, certainly. It's like an average gap of about 3 seconds in between each racer. Even, again, in the top 3-4.
So Monsu is back out on track. Comes out in P21. And yeah, just to your point there, the gap. So 2.2 seconds the difference between Gonzalez and Chen. 1.1 between Gonzalez and Devine. Then it's Hasselbrock, you can see in the background there. That's 3.2 seconds. And then Curran, he's 5. Colo 2. North 4. 1 car is 1. So not a lot of close on track action. And a 3 stopper.
Sometimes that's all right.
Yeah.
Hopefully set up later in the race.
Yeah, it'll all...
As drivers start to wear down a bit.
It'll all accordion back to a compressed field again once all the pit stops start to shake out as well.
Especially that we're only 30 minutes into the race.
Yeah. Plenty of time to go in this one.
It looked like North had a bit of an overshoot there.
Let's see what happened here. Oh, this is at Tamburello. Yeah, just ran a little bit deep, pulled it up. Let's go again. Very safe and sensible. The exiting. And he's back up and running. Other action on the track. So Hinman's just tucked in behind him, 1.1 seconds down the road.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much is happening. Only other notable battle would be on Rise or Lloyd, which is 1.5 seconds. But that's between them and Hinman is about as close as you're going to get right now.
Yeah, can't really see too much else. Gonzalez, though, starting to make up ground on Chen. So let's see what the lap times are this trip around.
Does look like Gonzalez's last lap was 141.47.
Yep.
And from Chen, we got a 142.0. So Gage is definitely going to be closing that gap a little bit from lap to lap.
Yes,
Gage actually just setting the best lap of the last lap.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race belonging to Gage Gonzalez. He's flying right now. 1.6 seconds the gap. We go to the helicopter view. That's the difference between the two, between P1 and P2 right now. Gonzalez, he's got the carrot just dangling up ahead. And yeah, it was close, but 3 1,000ths of a second, I think, the difference between P1 and P2. And it's proving to be that on track right now. Devine tucked into P3. And then Hasselbrock, Curran, it's your top 5. Colo, Cares, Craig, Waniger and North. Runs out the top 10 right now in the very early days of this one. They've got more.
It looks like Hinman is going to be catching up to North just a bit here with a 0.7 second gap. Closing off now to 0.8. Same thing with Gage, both also at a 0.8 with a little bit of traffic with the GT4 up here.
That's Valentine in the Alpine. He gets out of the way. Nice work there from Ryan Valentine. Yeah, Hinman did close that gap. We'll stick with these guys. It's half a second now between Chen and Gonzalez. We'll see what the lap times are this trip around. 42.5 to Chen, 41.6 to Gonzalez.
Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. He continues to chip away. And Chen, see that McLaren getting ever larger in his mirrors. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on him, but to his credit, he has been able to soak it up and absorb it all from the get-go.
Oh, incredibly so.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic
He's been able to hold
job.
happily. It's almost like his tires might be wearing out just a bit at this point, especially 30 minutes in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see pit stop strategy. I don't think there's driver timers on here either. I couldn't see anything in the Discord earlier. So about stint limits. In the meantime, we've got action on the track right here between these two. Gonzalez continuing to make ground on Chen, riding the curbs through Alta. The ones on the exit that can really trip you up there.
Oh yeah. Especially if you can barely come through.
And you can see Devine in the background. His last lap around did a 42.5. And then Colo is making up some ground on Liam Curran, who's just plugging away there in P5. But we'll stick to the action here as Gonzalez.
He's also only a tenth of a second behind.
Yeah. And that's Rustin in the GT4, so he's got the leaders coming through right now. Blue flags waving. You definitely know that they're there. Gonzalez going
Gage
around.
taking that inside. See if it evens out on this next corner. Doesn't. Gage holding that lead and taking first in pole position.
Nice work there from...
Still the blue flag up, but Rustin pulls to the side.
Yeah, that was really tough for Rustin there, so good driving from him. But we have a new race leader, Gage Gonzalez, number 13, I Hate Ranch team entry. And Chen not going to give it up without a fight. He'll tuck into the slipstream of Gonzalez and try and fight back as quickly as he can. In the meantime, looks like Colo and Curran both swap positions there. So Curran dropping into P6, not too sure what happened there between those two. But he's dropped back a position. And now Devine as well, looking to try and take advantage of the battle between Gonzalez and Chen. He's now crept up. He's less than a second behind Chen right now. He's thrown that Porsche.
A little bit more of a gap now, evening out to a second. Craig also looks like he's trying to fight pairs back in 7th and 8th place.
Yeah, we might tick over to that very, very shortly. We'll see how this one maps out. Oh, Chen runs wide there at Ravazza. Does that open it up for Devine?
No. Almost 0.3 second gap. Devine definitely going to be trying to get second place here.
Porsche able to keep up. Mr. McLaren.
Devine trying to hold it. See if he's able to.
And this just plays
Definitely
perfectly.
some good action.
Yeah, and this just plays perfectly too in the hands of Gonzalez, who's now going to be able to just concentrate, eyes forward, clear air. There's Hasselbrock in the background as well.
Doesn't have to constantly look behind him like he was early in this race.
Yep. And now he can just run his own race. A 43.9 that last lap for him. Chen with that little mistake at Ravazza, a 45.4. And then a 42.9 to Devine.
All these drivers' times definitely dropping down. We're at the 19th lap overall here.
Yeah, most lapping in the 42s, 43s right now.
Definitely a shift from the start of the race.
Flip over to Craig, who's been one of the biggest risers in the field. He's got Carres in front of him. Last lap around, he was half a second faster than the Audi he's chasing right now. As they head down the hill towards Minerali. So Mercedes versus Audi. The Audi's top speed's been 265 kilometres, Craig's 267. So one of the fastest cars in the field. Devine in the Porsche, 269 is the fastest.
Yellow flag from the Valentine as a note.
Yeah, that's just at Minerali. He's got them going again.
Craig and Devine being the notable drivers on the track here. Craig really holding in that gap, not letting it slip.
Yeah, see what the times are this trip around. As I've got the GT4 of Ruston just up ahead of them. So 3/1000ths of a second separating them right now as Ruston doing a good job there of just getting it out of the way. Oh, a little bit of contact, and he goes around.
Not quite able to take that, just barely there.
Let's watch the replay here. As Ruston is going around the outside. Oh, he just got a little bit upset there. Yeah, from there.
Yeah. And then that second contact was really the doozy.
Yeah. That ended up being a lot worse on that second hit there. In the meantime, though, that's a Nissan up ahead. So that's Vasquez Barrentes. And then Craig Lloyd. Oh, what's happened?
Full spin out, it looks like.
Andre Lloyd. This is
As a note,
Tamburello.
Devine has been able to close to Chen by 0.9 seconds, and Hinman is closing on Craig to 0.8.
Just finish off this replay. That's Rise going through. Lloyd, he's gotten going again. Good to see. And then Devine, as you mentioned, just less than a second behind Chen. Last lap around, Gonzalez a 41.8, Chen a 42.4 and a 42.8 to Devine. So they're starting to even themselves out a little bit between the top three. 3 seconds, is the gap.
Also, notably, from top 4 to top 10, it does look like it's a pretty even lap time. I mean, there are significant gaps, but it is a pretty even lap time between all of them. Only changing by about 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're in the position we're in right now, is that the pace is very evenly matched throughout the field. So hence why we're in kind of a bit of a static mode right now. And Jimmy just chipping in the chat there, saying that the only requirements are 3 stops only requirements are 3 pit stops must take fuel, not fixed. So that's the only requirements. No stint timers or anything like that, as I was speculating on earlier. As Devine now, that's Licton there in the GT4.
You're just really holding it to Chen there.
So there's only 3 of them out there. We've already seen Ruston make a little bit of contact with Craig. But other than that, they've sort of really kept their noses clean so far in the early stages of this one. As Devine trying to make up some ground here on Chen.
I mean, also up on his fastest lap so far, but it is only 10 seconds into the lap.
Yeah, so that last lap around, Devine was 0.6 faster than Chen. So perhaps that GT4 car just held him up ever so slightly. Just had to work his way past it. And now that's closed the gap, as what you can see there is less than half a second between these two. Gonzalez, on the other hand, though, just cruising. He did a 42 flat. And he's opened up the gap to almost 4 seconds now between him.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah. So he's got clean air out in front. He's got no dramas whatsoever. In the meantime, though, P2 and P3. Good to see Matt Devine having a good race as well. Very, very solid competitor.
Oh, surely.
Yeah. And he's putting in an awesome showing. Now he is teamed up with John Cannon as well. So he's one of
I do love watching him race as well.
Yeah, I don't think he gets to do it as much as he used to, but good to see him participating in today's event. Does a lot of work in the background, John Cannon, and the admin of the league, as well as many others. John Cannon's one of quite a few that put in the hard yards in the background. As you see,
Devine just holding on Chen's tail.
Yeah, he's
just
not going
unfleetingly.
Yeah, not going anywhere. The number 60. Almost identical lap times that last trip around. So this is a straight up fight between Chen and Devine. 40 minutes into it. And yeah, I think to your point there, Zach, that we've got pretty evenly matched across the field.
Yeah, just holding. It looks like the new average is about 4 seconds across the field until you get to the latter 15. Then the gap really does break up to anywhere between a minute to 40 seconds. Monsu actually looks like he's finding Palin back in 20th place, just taking that pass.
Good call. There we go. Nice work. Let's see how that came about. This is up through minute. Oh, yeah. So we just ran a little bit wide there, Palin, and that was enough to open up the door for Monsu, who said, "I'll take that. Thank you very much." Nice work. McSharpenberry in the pits. So that looks like it's a scheduled stop for him. 40 minutes into this one. As Devine and Chen.
We'll see, as you were about to say, Devine just holding that 0.4 second gap. Chen being 5 seconds behind Gage Gonzalez, and I'm just waiting for the cars to start pouring into the pits here.
Yeah, I was thinking about pit stops when we might start to see them, so maybe
we have 2 in pit so far.
Yeah, Valentine in there as well. As Chen and Devine continue to battle it out. Only a tenth or so difference in lap time. That previous trip around between Chen and Devine. No weather to speak of either. I'm not expecting any weather, judging by the forecast there. Track's at optimum, 32 degrees, air temperature's 28, so it's nice sunny conditions. And Craig coming into the pits now as well. So we saw him have that coming together with Rustin earlier, so another car coming into the pits. We saw McSharpenberry was one of the first ones. I think Valentine is currently in there at the moment. Off he goes. He's all done as well. Having a look at pit stop times, total time. So look at what the pass score is going to look like. Maybe around a minute 34 by the looks of it. Minute 20. Smith was a minute 24 in total. 43 seconds he was stationary for. Valentine was a minute 18. I think that gives us a pretty good idea of what to expect.
I'm just truly surprised that tires have lasted this long. It's not quite what we saw at Suzuka when I last was here.
Yeah, I think
that was also rain, to be fair.
Yeah, and I think at this stage you'll start to feel it pretty soon, if not already.
Yes.
Coming towards the end of an hour's stint, fuel will be running down as well. So, and judging by what we've seen so far already, another car in the pits. So McCroat is out. So that was for Craig. So driver swap done. That's Vasquez Barrentes getting through there as well. So Craig out of the car and Croat now in there. I hope that's how I pronounce it. Apologies if it isn't.
McCroat, yeah, I think that's about as confidently as you can take that one.
Yeah. So we continue to watch this scrap here. This is for P2 and P3.
Yeah.
Last lap around.
Up to a 0.2 second gap. It was just 0.4.
Yeah. This is good stuff though. These guys have been going at a really cracking pace for the majority of this one, so almost 45 minutes now, and been fantastic stuff. Neither of them have really put a foot wrong throughout. Gonzalez continues to inch away though, 6 seconds the gap between him and these two.
Yeah, there's not much happening on the field. Lloyd might be pulling up on Flores here, but it really is focused in between Devine and Chen. Looks like Gage went for pit.
And good call. There he is. Yes. So Cage Gonzalez into the pit. So I think your call around the tyres is pretty much on the mark right now, Zach. So
Thank you. It does look like Gage also hates ranch, but that's beyond the point. Chen back in the leader.
and Gonzalez hits his marks. He's all good. So Chen takes the lead of this one as Devine inherits P2. Keep an eye on Gonzalez. So far 45 seconds total time in the pits, looking around about a minute 20, minute 24, 25, around about that is the looks like it's the pass score for today.
Yeah. I would certainly be wanting to fetch as much fuel as possible, which does sound weird, but give it a little bit more weight and then allow you to allow for Gage to pull through here. Hopefully spread out pitting times a little bit more. It's like Lloyd might be coming around on Flores like earlier, but not quite. Still a 0.8 second gap between the two.
Yeah, so
And
Gonzalez
Gage is out of pits.
out of the pits. So a minute 14 was the total time, stationary for 32 as well. So gives us a bit of an idea of what Devine and Chen should be aiming for. Let's see if they respond straight away, if they continue on. So they go through Ravazza, and Chen's going to continue. I don't think Devine is. He's going to make
Devine's
the call.
definitely pitting, yes.
And Hasselbrock will continue on as well. So Devine decided to make the stop.
Sort of an
Gonzalez,
interesting choice there from Hasselbrock and Chen, but
stop-go penalty, 4-2-4. That's Vasquez Barrentes. He's got a stop-go 30-second penalty. There he is on screen, the Nissan, speeding in the pit lane. Gonzalez now coming through Minerali. Devine's still stationary. Colo is in there as well. And you can see Rustin in the GT4s. Oh, Gonzalez getting all out of shape there at Alta.
yeah. Must be the cold tires or something along those lines, but not quite being able to take it like he was earlier.
So Devine,
We'll get back into the groove, however.
just seeing where Devine got left. About another 15-20 seconds by the looks of it. Gonzalez will make his way past. And we see a flash of the green Porsche. Not really, but there he is. So he's coming out now, and Gonzalez just coming through, and that is not a that is a race foot position there, and Devine just coming out now. What will Chen do? So he's coming through Ravata. Let's see if he responds to P2 and P3. We'll see what Hasselbrock does too. And no, he will continue on, Shu Chen. So that's Valentine just in the GT4 as Gonzalez just a little bit of elbows out there, getting his way past Brown. And now moves into P8. And then John Cannon now in the number 60 Porsche. So he's replaced Devine. So that's a great stint from Matt Devine. Well done to him. That's a really, really solid effort from him there in the opening stanza of this one. And John Cannon will take over now as Carres comes into the pits.
Gage Gonzalez absolutely making a remarkable come up through the leaderboard right now.
So
Definitely is pulling through there.
wait on Chen, and you still got Hasselbrock and Curran of the leading top five there still to pit. So Gonzalez, though, solo driver, made the call early. He's going to continue on. The gap between him and Chen right now is at a minute 9. So, and on average, he was in there for a minute 14. So Chen's going to either have to open up the gap a lot further, or once he picks, let's see what he does coming down the hill towards Ravazza. Now sitting at minute 10, minute 9 in fact, between Chen and Gonzalez. see what he
Definitely not an impossible gap, especially with 2 hours remaining.
does. So he continues on. What lap time does he do here? 42.222.
Definitely dropping off a bit there.
Well, it's only 2.5 tenths off.
Oh,
his
yeah, it's
fastest lap. So he's got pace. That fuel will be coming right down. Yeah, interesting stuff. What does Hasselbrock do? He's coming. He's continued on for another lap, and so is Liam Curran. So I wonder if Gonzalez and Devine pitted early. I wonder if they're struggling with their tyres a little bit more than these other guys.
Probably.
Yeah, you should be able to do an hour stint on a set of tyres. Very, very interesting. In the meantime, so we're watching Liam Curran, who's just plugging away there in P3, started P5, yet to make his pit stop. But Chris Rise now
Building up a little bit there on Cannon. Which, as a note, Cannon did come into the race.
Yeah, so he replaced Devine. Chris Rise, I think, is a solo driver. Yeah, he is. As we mentioned earlier, 3 hours is right on the cusp of any more than 3 hours, I think, is definitely.
I remember doing a 2 hour previously, and that was almost too much for me.
I've done a 3 hour stint before, but never a 3 hour solo. Stop go for speeding the pit lane 424. Didn't he? Was that cleared? Oh, he's got another one to his name. So did he clear it? And then he's got another one for speeding in the pit lane. Vasquez Barrantes. Yeah, not too sure what's happening with him right now. Chen has continued on, so
Looks like we got a bit of a spin out from Monzu back in 19th, just as a note, yellow flag up.
yeah, here we go. Let's see. That looks like it's at Villeneuve. We go to the replay. Oh, yeah. Just lost it by himself. Back end flipping around. Another 180 we got going again. Here we go. Back to live pictures. North comes into the pits, pitting out of P6.
Yes.
And then get back to Rise and Cannon. So Rise has been in the car for the whole entire time. Cannon just freshly in there.
Remarkable. Rise is holding it remarkably well, down to just a 0.4 second gap between the two.
Rise will have to pit, so it'll be interesting to see if he does. He's going to be pretty close to the end of his stint for sure. And yeah, he's going to continue on.
No, he's going to hold on.
Yeah. Drive through clear.
Quite great with the gap there, being so small as it is.
So this is for position. Hasselbrock's got a drive-through penalty as well. So I wonder if that was for, I think that's for track limits. If it's a drive-through, stop-go penalties for speeding in the pit lane. So Vasquez Barrantes, so he's serving his stop-go penalty now. Chris North is in there. Drive through for track limits. Number 12, so they're starting to come through.
Oof.
Oh, that's Hasselbrock again. So we already had one there. It just flashed up on the screen, so not too sure what's going on there. We saw invalid laps was a bit of an issue in the early stages of qualifying.
Just a tad, yes.
Yeah.
Especially as the we got just a bit loose. It's like Rise is just holding on to Cannon.
So a bit of a scrap between these two. I think Cannon is very at home in the Porsche as well.
You can definitely see Cannon's comfort levels going up. Gap strengthening a little bit here. We got a stop and go clear from 424, which would be Vasquez.
Yep, so we've got that all done. Chen continuing on. So is Hasselbrock, even with that drive-through penalty. So it's going to put a big dent in his race, considering how high up he's running right now. Liam Curran is continuing on. So we're almost at the 1 hour mark.
Gage up at 6th place, building right back up.
Yep. So his last lap was a 41.9. I think he was the only car on circuit circulating in the 41s, which was 8 tenths faster. And here's Hasselbrock. So Hasselbrock, is he going to make a pit stop, or will he serve the drive-through?
Yeah, he finally did make that. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. So very unfortunate timing for him. We'll get the notification on there soon enough. Back to this battle here between Cannon and Rise for 8th and 9th. John Cannon just recently in the car from Matt Devine, put in a fantastic early stint. And John Cannon now just taking the reins.
Coelho also trailing Flores here.
Yeah.
About the same gap between Cannon and Rise. And we got a drive-through cleared from...
Yeah. So that was Hasselbrock. So he's cleared his drive-through. Now he'll have to make his pit stop. That means Lindman moves himself up into P4, the number 78 BMW. So Chen continues to lap around. Let's go to Colo and have a look here.
Remarkably so. Not losing that much time, honestly. Just holding through, being truly enduring through it. Coelho, 0.2 seconds behind. Coming up on the straight, we'll see if he's able to take the inside of his turn here. Not quite. Still forced to the rear end of Flores there. Quite able to pull through. Down to the straight, we'll see if this next turn evens out anything. We've seen a couple of passes here. Coelho trying to take that inside again, but not quite being able to pull through it. Doing so again, barely getting right on the corner of Flores there. Again, not quite able to pull through.
Good racing though, Colo, all over the back of
all
over the back of the Lexus, and shout out to Lud Flores for running the Lexus.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
And having such incredible defense here. Coelho looks like he's going to take it on the straight here. Not quite force the outside again.
As they go up through Minerales. Get the feeling this is not over yet. Colo.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Coelho just holding on tight. And take that slightly faster line, but Flores just holding it on to Coelho. Notably, Hinman went for a pit while we're looking at this battle.
This is not over. This has been going the entire lap between these two. So yeah, Hinman in the BMW in the pits there, as you pointed out. Chen, Curran, Waniger and Hasselbrock all yet to make their stop.
Yeah. Just as a side note, we have McCroat battling out with Brown bound in 14th and 15th here. 0.4 second gap between the two.
So that's Brown in the Audi. Last lap around, a couple of tenths faster than McCroat, who's in the car for Craig. Did the first stint. So these two. So that number 369, he made up quite a few positions in the early phase of this race. So had that issue with Ruston and Craig, made a bit of contact there at Tamburello, but now they're back into it and running nice and smoothly once again. And so Chen, Curran and Waniger and Hasselbrock all continuing on as we approach the first hour completed in this one.
Just right there, right on the cusp. 50 seconds left into that first hour.
Yep.
Also notably, we got Coelho about to take a pass on Flores. Point was just at 0 seconds gap between them. Now at 0.2. Definitely holding it tight. That Lexus holding on still.
Oh, Flores going defensive. Nice driving. That might
Absolutely
compromise,
exceptional.
yeah, might compromise his exit a little bit there. Nothing doing right now.
Looks like we also have Brown. Looks like the Croat didn't actually take it.
Yeah, so Brown's in the pits now, the 549 Porsche. And Flores just able to continue to keep Colo at bay here. The E-Race Evo team.
Absolutely remarkably.
Yep. So doing a good job there, Lud Flores. Very seasoned campaigner in that Audi. Been in that for a long time now.
Just as a small note, with the GT4 still down very linear here. 21 Licton, 22 Valentine, and 23 Rustin. So no movement on the GT4s.
So Curran making his pit stop as we watch Colo and Flores continue to battle it out. So one of the front runners coming into the pits at the hour mark. Will we see the other two? Will we see Chen come in? Now the difference between the leader and Gage Gonzalez is at a minute 6 right now. So averaging about a minute 14.
Definitely a perceivable gap there.
Now I think that is Chen actually. Yeah, it is. So he might be a little bit compromised here. He's got 3 cars up ahead of him. They will all have blue flags, but he's gonna have to keep his pace
barely
up.
Any gap between those two as well. Really tightening it down, especially for Licton and Coelho.
So Flores comes into the pits. So he's making a stop. So that will allow Colo.
Chen passing it up again.
Yeah, Colo to head through. And then Brown in the Audi. Him in the Croat.
Gage all the way up to 4th place now.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely gaining.
Yeah, and the gap between him and the leader is now a minute 5. So Chen continuing to stay out. Probably not really working in his favour right now.
Now he's looks to be almost a second and a half above his best lap, so definitely compromising a bit here. Gage is running, looks to be a second and a half faster than him as well.
He was about 6/10 faster on that. No. Yeah, it was. A couple of seconds faster on that last lap. Yeah. 41.8.
Definitely going to be a downside there. Just look like Brown is pushing up onto McCroat, but not by much. Rise also pushing up on Cannon. About a second gap there, closing in between a second and 0.9.
And what's happened to Flores? They swapped positions. Let's see if... Oh, he was out of the pits. Sorry, my mistake. Just watching him come out of the pits. So he gets...
Was a remarkable exit from the pits, though. If I do say so myself. It's certainly one of the exiting of the pits of all time. Looks like got Brown trying to build up on McCroat again, but not quite getting there.
It was definitely
dropping off a little bit on that turn.
The pit exit was definitely replay worthy.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Makes life a little bit more dynamic. Here at Pan Am, we pride ourselves at making our pit exits remarkable.
Giving everyone the opportunity to get on the stream.
Exactly.
John Cannon doing a good job here. Doesn't get, like I said, doesn't get to race as much as he used to. Porsche is certainly his comfort car, and yeah, doing a great job keeping Chris Rise tucked in behind. Who Rise hasn't pitted yet either, so able to go extremely long, over an hour and 4 minutes so far in this stint. The same with Chen. Waniger is one of the front runners, and he's in the pits as well. So he's making his stop. Gonzalez will make his way through, and then the little scrap that we saw earlier between Cannon and Rise, they'll also claim a spot away. And Brown, oh, sliding. That's at Villeneuve. Let's see what happened here. Looks like he's by himself. Oh, I just got upset there on the entry. Ooh, that could have been pretty nasty, but fortunately for him.
Yeah. Looks like the spin almost helped him slow him down a bit just before that wall there.
Yep.
It looks like the gaps are now, even in back out, we're currently seeing about a 7-second gap across the board. Even more for our leaders here. Not quite as closed in. Looks like Gage is up in third as well.
Yeah, so Chen right now, Hasselbrock, funnily enough, is still in P2. He does need to pit though, so he served that drive-through penalty, which looks like it possibly hasn't put as big a dent in his race as one would have thought.
No, not quite.
He started in fourth, up in second right now.
I mean, with his such consistent lap times, I would really hope it wouldn't put as much of a dent, but you'd be surprised.
Yeah,
Rise holding a half a second.
He's doing a good job here, John Cannon, of fending off Chris Rice, who will surely be due for a pit stop in the next few minutes. You'd have to think, having done already over an hour into this race. Not too sure on what the fuel litre capacity is for the Porsches. I know the Audi's about 120 litres. I'm not too sure what it is for the Porsche, but these two continue to battle at it, and then Gonzalez last lap around a 41.8 continues to be the only car circulating in the 41s right now. And that's Chris Rise coming into the pits. There we go. So I wonder if that's the...
Finally calling it, yes.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's
Been a minute.
I wonder if that's the canary in the coal mine. It
Finally
is.
Pitting.
Yeah, Chan, here he goes.
Wow.
So making
Took
his
him
stop.
a bit, but here he is.
Yep. And then...
Going to definitely open up the gate for Gonzalez and Hasselbrock.
Yeah, Gonzalez just coming out of Piratella now. Chen's going to have to hit his marks here. We'll follow him to his stop. Once again, apologies for no skin, but I couldn't see it on the Awesome Sim Racing website. So he's done. Will Hasselbrock follow suit? One would think so. We'll wait and see. There's Chen making his stop. So is Chris Rice. He's in there. He's been in there for a little bit already. And now Aiden Hasselbrock, GT Meister number 12. And no, like he's almost foxing to go in there, and then Gage Gonzalez coming through Rivatsa now.
Yeah.
And
That
Chen,
lap gap finally being made there.
Chen drops, Gonzalez goes through. There's Chen, that's Chris Rise in front of him. And that's Gonzalez going through. And Chen now heading out, and that'll give you an idea of the gap. So Chen heading out now, and Gonzalez already through the Tamburello complex. So he will take P2, and then Hasselbrock right now is our outright race leader. Is yet to pit. I believe it's the only car on circuit who is yet to pit. So gap.
Remarkable.
So where will he come
And then
out?
we haven't really seen Wagner, but he's truly pulled up into the top 4 here. Wasn't really a name I was talking about previous to this.
And so Chen, his total pit stop time was 1:13. Gonzalez was 1:14, and total stop time was 32 seconds each. So looks like identical strategies right there. And Chen though just able to make the
Hold
tires
on.
a lot longer. Gonzalez pitted really early, so
Yeah.
a good 23 minutes earlier than Chen. So that's a significant. That will definitely come into play. We'll just have to see how long this stint can go for Gonzalez on the first.
Well, I think
on the
the
round.
I don't think they're going to be racing quite as hard, probably not abusing the tires quite as much this stint, especially now that it's all significantly more settled out, but that might lead to a bit more grinding. We'll see.
What time did you put in here? 41.7.
Do have a blue flag on the field up ahead of Hasselbrock. Hopefully that doesn't hold him back too much. Does look like it's a couple second gap, however.
Lamborghini able to stretch the fuel. So
yeah, it looks like it's thrown back to, say, about an average of a 6 to 8 second gap across the field.
Yeah, cars pretty spread out right now, but I'm more interested to see how long this man on screen can run for, because we're at just over 70 minutes now. He did have the drive-through, and only car yet to pit with the fuel. It's got Rustin.
Where he's able to go, truly. Just minorly different strategies, only about 20-30 minute gap in between the strategies.
Yeah.
Say that's beyond standard deviation.
Well, I think having served that drive-through penalty, he will have wanted to have run as far as possible in the stint. But I'm just thinking, how big is that fuel tank on the Lamborghini that can get in this far, or if he was running on map 2, possibly, and continues to go around as well. So, let's see what fuel map he's on.
Yeah,
Engine 3, there you go. So he's on fuel map 3.
Not entirely familiar with that.
Yeah, just on the dash you can see top left-hand corner of the dash, the third from the left. It's got engine 3. So, but it's engine map 1. I don't know. Anyway.
Regardless, just as a note, Gage Gonzalez actually closing it from a 13-second gap to an only 7-second gap. He's really tightened it in here these past couple laps.
Yeah, he's flying right now. Continues to lap in the 41s. Liam Curran doing a good job. So he's made his stop. One of the solo drivers. Normally in a Lamborghini, Liam Curran. So having a go at the Aston Martin.
Just a small note. We got it from I'm Not Jimmy. It's an engine braking thing, apparently.
Ah, right. There we go.
Something fuel efficiency. Able to keep him out there for longer.
Engine braking. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Thanks, Jimmy.
Just recently learned how to do that on the actual road, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, nice.
Looks like a bit of action from Curran and Cannon.
Yep.
0.1 second gap.
And
looks like a pass is about to occur here.
Curran just going up the inside there at Tosa. Going to head up the hill now. Going to be a drag race here between the V8 and the Porsche. Get pretty close to one another, but he gets the job done through Piratella. So Liam Curran back up into the top 5. Very solid performer, this guy, and proving to be once again today. Yeah, there we go. 1 to 5 on the Lambo is a different engine braking map. There you go. So some good insight there from the chat.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. We do appreciate it. We have Lloyd building up on Flores again.
Yes, and also
See what's able to happen there. Does look like a pass might be coming up on this next turn. Probably not a small enough gap to really have that occur, though. Otherwise, that's really the only action on the field.
Whee! So he just ran a little bit deep under brakes there, Lloyd. Perhaps his eyes just getting a little bit large there and seeing the opportunity that Flores was presenting, but yeah, he's been able to pull that back up again, so he'll have to reset and go again. But just as a little sort of a marker here, so an hour and 15, so not far away from the halfway mark of this one.
Not
And
at all.
Hasselbrock continues to lap.
Holding on.
Yeah, let's see if he doesn't go in this time either.
Absolutely remarkable. I mean, we did see this back on 4 Hours of Suzuka where he just really hung on. Almost, he was pre-setting his tires, so definitely something along the lines here as well. But it does not look like he's paying off that well anymore with Gage pulling through. Just a bit more. Closing another second.
Well, last lap round, Hasselbrock did a 42.7. Gonzalez a 43.3, but might have been held up with a little bit of traffic out there right now. So, but the gap is 6.2 seconds between the two. And then we're having a look at Cannon and Kohler. So last lap around, Cannon did a 46.3. He runs wide at Rivarza, and that's it for him. Kohler able to head through. How's his race going? Where did he start? Started in P8, currently P6 right now. So Kohler, Luis Fonte is his teammate. We get to see so far in this one.
Just as a note, little bit of action down at the bottom of the field here with Lloyd and Flores. 0.4 second gap occurring there.
Yeah, so we saw these two close up earlier on in the previous lap. That's Rustin in the GT4, just circulating through. Able to get out of the way. Nice work there from Rustin. Never easy, especially in a car that's lapping about 10 seconds slower a lap when these faster guys come through. But Curtis Rustin's a pretty experienced campaigner, putting that experience to good use, while Lud Flores is now being challenged by Floyd.
Right in there. Lloyd giving up his gap just a little bit, messing up that turn, getting a little bit too aggressive there. It's looking like Hasselbrock went in for pits. I don't know if that was said.
Yeah, he is. He finally pits. So Hasselbrock finally makes a stop.
Remarkably, let's see how long he is in there for.
Yeah, that's a real Ironman performance as well. Hasselbrock is a single. No, Louis Benora.
No, he's not.
Yeah, Louis Benora will more than likely get in the car.
I wouldn't be surprised if they split this race 50-50 and then let Hasselbrock take up the latter 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. It sounds.
Looks like we have. Never mind, I'm looking.
That's alright. Well, we'll continue to watch these two go at it. Floyd and Flores. Hasselbrock just coming out of the pits. Louis in the car now, so that will update on the timing screen. So Benora in the car. So a mammoth effort there from Aiden Hasselbrock to start this one. And hands it over now to Louis Benora.
Doubt he will be held back that long. Gage happily taking pole position with a 14-second gap from Chen. Does look like Gonzalez is currently running a second faster than Chen as well.
This is, we're looking at Lloyd, just a little bit of traffic there from Ligton. And then that's allowed Flores just to skip away a little bit. And this race, fast approaching the halfway mark of this one. Closest cars on circuit. Gonzalez is leading the race. 42 flat was his last lap. So one of the few laps of the recent ones that he's not been circulating in the 41s. Chen sitting there 14.3 seconds behind in P2. 42.5 on that last lap. And then Waniger doing a good job there in the Ferrari, sitting in P3. Yeah, right now 43.1. That last lap around. So
a little bit of traffic there, but
yeah.
okay.
So the number 12 Lamborghini. That was Hasselbrock in the beginning. So after serving the drive-through and making their pit stop, they're in 10th right now. So started P4. So that car certainly got pace. One to look out for, and will be interesting to see how long of a stint Benora goes for. If it's a short, sharp one, and then hands it back to Hasselbrock, who makes a splashing dash at the end. We'll wait and see. But right now, Gage Gonzalez, funnily enough, he's one of the longest stinted drivers out there. So
Remarkably.
yeah, he stints at 34 minutes right now. And then some other drivers, McCroat at 36, Brown at 33. So no stint timers to speak of, but just giving you a bit of an idea on when we might expect some pit stops. Palin and Monsu almost approaching the hour mark as well.
Yeah.
And then the opposite end of the score, opposite end of the scale, Benora in the number 12, just 3 minutes into his. So this has been a very interesting race.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of cat
Certainly
and
so.
mouse.
Seen Chen is developing more of a gap to leader. Remember, it was 10 seconds previously. Now we're up to 15. Laniger now also at another 14-second gap between him and Chen. Oh no, sorry, 30-second gap. We're really going to be the action down in the latter half. And Lloyd coming back up on the Flores.
So that's Alexis. 269. That's not unsurprising. Definitely got the high-end speed. Alexis. Definitely not anywhere near the car that it once was in this game. That dropped out of the GT World Series, I think. So when that happens, the car gets nerfed pretty hard. But
Yeah.
Flores is. I think I saw him in the chat saying after 1.9 that mid-corner turn sort of goes a bit dead in the middle. I raced in a Lexus last week, 4 hour around Kailami, and wasn't that enjoyable, to be fair. Where are the Channel Riders? Chris Cooley. You have to contextualise that a little bit more. Chris Cooley, good to see you in the chat though.
Closest gap on field is Brown and Lloyd, but not anything else that remarkable. It's between 1 second and 2 seconds. We also have Artem pulling up 1.8, but that's also not incredibly remarkable.
Yeah, these are definitely still the closest cars on track. So I'm just having a look. Waniga and Curran. Curran's in P4 right now. Very, very similar times. About 3 minutes in the difference between their stint timers. And Curran just lapping 43.2 that last lap of 43.5 to Waniga on the previous one. So we'll see if that gap closes. That's 5.4 seconds right now. And then Artem is closing on Cannon. Cannon did a 45 flat that last lap around, and now Artem did a 43.3. So
yeah.
We'll see.
Wonder what is happening with Cannon there. Bit of a fall off in time, but it also looks like he may have hit track limits a bit.
Yeah, and these two definitely pitted at a very, very similar time as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Maseratis. Yeah, there are no Maseratis, Chris Cooley, unfortunately. So
yeah, sadly,
none brave enough to drive the Maserati around Imola for 3 hours.
Hold them steady.
Yeah, so Artem continuing to close the gap now. Hasn't had the most enjoyable time on his sim racing recently, Artem, but putting in a pretty good effort here right now. One of the team drivers, yeah, so him and Juan Carres. Carres obviously started the race, and Artem been in the car for well over half an hour now. chasing down John Cannon. These two do a lot of
Oh,
admin.
yeah.
No worries.
Down to 0.3 and 0.2 second gap.
You need to put your flashy emoji in the chat, Chris Cooley. I don't think you can do that. It proved quite funny and irritating at the same time last week. He's got a green flashing Pepe emoji that he was using last week. Some found it more amusing than others, but there's a bit of context there. Brown looks like he had a little bit of an off, but Cannon and Artem continue to fight it out. Stream preview image clearly shows a Maserati. Yeah. Sorry, dude. I don't do them. Blame the guy on screen. That's John Cannon. John Cannon does the images. False advertising. So Artem closing up the gap.
A bit of a yellow flag there from C North. Wonder what happened there.
That looks like it's at Minerali. Might just go back, have a look at the replay. Here we go. He was running deep. Just got tripped up there.
Yeah.
From the sausage curb on the inside.
Like you said earlier, definitely trips drivers up.
Yeah.
Artem pulling down to 0.2, 0.3 again.
Let's have a look at lap time as they cross the line. You can see the gap between the two. Cannon, similar to Artem on that previous one. Artem goes down the inside. And nice move from him at Tamburello. Gets the job done. And the number 25 Audi moves up into P6. So good job from that team.
Incredible job.
And Karas. And we've got a little bit more action going on here. So this is Brown on Smith. So Smith in the Lamborghini, the 777.
Right there.
Ooh, occupying P14. And Brown, who's definitely been in the thick of the action so far in this race, as we're not too far away from the halfway mark of this one. And then Lloyd and Flores, they continue to battle it out, these two, in 16th and 17th. So pretty tight between 14th and 15th and 16th and 17th right now. 15th and 16th separated by 16 seconds though at this stage, as Vasquez Barrentes in the pits again. So hopefully he doesn't get another drive-through penalty.
Yeah. Looks like Lloyd is still just holding on to Flores. Then just as an update to the GT4, stats have not changed on GT4, except for Rustin has closed his gap with Valentine just a bit, down to 6 seconds. And then Valentine to Licton is 11 seconds.
Having a look at Lloyd and Flores, last lap.
Down to Lloyd trying to get some sort of position.
I was going to say that would have been pretty ambitious to have a look through there, but he lives to fight.
It's like they're just a bit slow on that turn, both of them.
Ah, you kidding me? He got a pit lane speeding in Vasquez Barrentes. And Brown and Smith missed it. Let's go to the replay and have a look here. And he just ran a little bit deep there, the 777.
Yeah.
And that allowed Brown to sneak through.
Happily.
Yep. So we get back to live action, and then Floyd and Flores continue to battle it out right now. So a little bit of on-track action going on. Rustin in the pits at the moment, as is Valentine, the two GT4s down there in 22nd and 23rd outright, second and third in class right now. And
see, now Lloyd really being only the same track action. Chen building up to a 15-second lead from Gonzalez, and Gonzalez slowing down just a bit, but still holding fastest lap overall with that last lap, or fastest last lap, for clarification.
Oh, Lloyd was able to send it down the inside at Tamburello. Just overshot the exit. Let's have a quick look at that on replay. I'll go on board with him here. Like, more of an idea, and then just couldn't.
Yeah, just hit that turn. Just could not pull in.
Yeah. Unfortunate for him. And back to live action.
Not quite optimal, and still about, I'd say, an average of about 5 seconds gap along the field here, with the closest being Brown and Smith and Rise down in 13th, 14th, and 15th. But beyond that, Cannon looks like he might be building up a bit. Looks like we also had a yellow flag from Ruston.
Yeah, let's go have a look here. That's Artem coming through, one of the GT3s. He just ran quite wide there, getting out of the way, and no good deed goes unpunished. So that's probably minimal issue there. So Monsu in.
Looks like Gage went for pit. Chen taking race lead.
Yeah, so Gage Gonzalez in the pits. What was that stint? 44 minutes. So once again, a short stint, but I don't know if that necessarily reflects an issue. That could just be the strategy and might go long at the end.
So
yeah, Gonzalez pitting. So Waniga goes through. He will take P2 away from Gonzalez. Chen inherits the lead, so he's P1 right now. And let's just see how long Gonzalez stays in there for. What Brown and Rise go at it while we wait for Gonzalez. So he's at a minute 12 right now. A minute 14 total stop time. There he goes.
As a note, Jimmy, if you have any more knowledge on the said trouble, we'd love to hear it.
Gage got into trouble. Yeah, right. And now he's come out just in front of Artem, who runs out of room. Still on the grass right now.
Looks like you got 2 yellow flags there. It's all right.
So this was Gonzalez coming out of the pits, then Artem tucked in behind. Oh, he just got a snap of oversteer there. Then he just had to go a bit of rally crossing and just keep it facing the right way, and he did. And back to live images now. So Artem, in the meantime, did lose a spot to John Cannon, who he recently overtook a couple of laps earlier, so he's going to have to redo all of that again. And then Lloyd once again. So will it be third time's the charm? We've seen him a couple of times already make up ground, go for a move, and then overshoot it. So the execution part, just the missing piece for him right now. And then Jimmy saying last corner back marker. Right, for Gonzalez is what got him in trouble there. We watch Flores and Lloyd. Once again, Floyd almost getting side by side. Just tucks into the draft. Darts to the left. Thinks better of it and lives to fight another day right now as the Nissan clears another drive-through penalty. I think that might be either the second or the third for the day. Now, gap between Gonzalez and Chen. So Gonzalez has come out in P5. It's at a minute to the leader. His pit stop time was a total stop of a minute 14 and 32 seconds. So that's in alignment with what he's already done in the past. So perhaps no damage judging by those pit statistics there.
Yeah.
As McCroat in the car, we'll see if he hands over to Craig on this pit stop as well. That's their second stop of the day being completed. And as we go back to Lloyd and Flores, this is definitely keeping us entertained right now.
Yes. Currently marking the race for this past about 15 minutes here.
Oh, he goes down the inside. Can Lloyd pull it up? No, he can't. So we've seen that happen a couple of times already.
Yeah.
And just it's the final piece of the puzzle missing for him. That was a Ferrari going through. That wasn't for position. And that's Colo. He's pitting out of P4 right now. So the number 3, McLaren, looking very good at this stage. And McCroke stays in the car. So Craig will do the last stint. McCroke stays in there. And Gage Gonzalez will slip through into P4 right now as Cannon. He makes his stop. That's a 47-minute stint to him. Colo did a 46-minute stint. And what was Gonzalez? That was 3 minutes ago. Yeah, that was around about that 40-minute mark as well. So
definitely a very different strategy across the field here.
it's really strange. Like Floyd has all the pace to keep on getting to the back of Flores, but just can't quite put a move together.
Yeah, it's just not.
Yeah.
Could bring it up to defense from Flores, but not quite. Don't believe that'd be the case. Just with so many opportunities.
Yeah, Flores is a pretty experienced campaigner as well, so he knows how to keep a car behind him. So yeah, take no.
He's doing it quite well.
Yeah, so take nothing away from him. He's doing a fantastic job in that Lexus. In the meantime, so who else?
We just got Cannon, Coelho, and Case Smith all into pits.
Yeah, so Smith just making his entrance. Colo's been in there for a little while, as has Cannon. Back to Lindman though, so number 78 BMW. He's a solo driver. He is started in P12, currently in P6 right now. So having a great race.
Remarkable performance there, yeah.
Yeah, doing a great job in the BMW. The number 78 holding it down just a spot outside of the top 5. He's got Artem up ahead of him, and he is coming into the pits. That was a short and sharp stint. That was 46 minutes to him. So the number 25 making the second stop. And we'll see if Juan Carres gets into the car on this stop. So Colo and Smith, they're still in there right now. That's Smith leaving. Colo's been in there for a little while. 2 minutes, over 2 minutes now. Sharpenberry in that 777, so he's getting in for Smith. This will be his second stint or first stint today, one or the other. So plenty of action going on in the pits right now as we're 23 minutes away from completing the second hour of this one. So we're just over halfway through the race, and once again,
it's getting a little late over by me, currently 11:30, but that's all right.
Being on the East Coast now, that's yeah.
It's a bit of a rotation.
Well, everything's in Eastern time, isn't it? Usually when they schedule events.
Yeah, everything for the league is in Eastern time, so it makes things a little bit easier, but also a little bit harder. Have Lloyd building right back up on Flores. It looks like he might actually finally take the pass.
Let's see if he can do it. Yeah, side by side right now. Flores is going to have the inside line. Goes around the outside, under brakes. Pulls it up in time. He's going to hit those yellow sausage curves, make a little bit of contact. They're both able to keep it facing the right way. Oh, is he going to be able to fight back here? So Flores got a little bit upset there too. And just pulls out of it. Oh, making up a ton of ground under brakes there. Almost out brakes himself once again. And that's an Audi behind him. Or who is it? Yeah, not too sure who that is. Is that Brown? No.
Yes, it is Brown.
No, Brown's down in 15th. It's Palin. They're in 17th position. So I think he's might be a lap down, judging by that.
Yes.
As these two are definitely providing us plenty of entertainment. Now, the situation at the front of the field. So Chen is leading this one. So he is in P1. He's 34.2 seconds ahead of Waniga. Curran 7 seconds behind him, and then Gonzalez. So the gap between the leader and Gonzalez is at 57 seconds. Chen is currently 31 minutes into his stint, so you'd expect him to go for at least another 10 to 15 minutes at least. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all ends
Longest
up playing
stint
out.
is from North at 46 minutes. Excuse me. Curran is also at 37.
So here this is about take 4 for Lloyd. I reckon he might have learned his lesson. And you only get so many chances before it does end up in tears. So he's used up a couple already. But it's been entertaining, that's for sure, as Waniga hit
surely.
bits. That's a 34-minute stint to him. Just the only reason I'm mentioning stint times is just trying to give people an idea of what their pit strategy might be, as Lloyd all over the back of Flores, who's done a fantastic job of keeping him behind, it must be said. Done a great job of defending and doing it in a really reasonable way as well. And yeah, and credit to both of them to be able to race so hard for so long and still keep it facing the right way. You don't often always see that. So these two putting in a fantastic effort right now. And then Juan Carres is in the car for the 25 Audi. Down in 10th position as well right now. And then Matt Devine is back in the number 60 Porsche, as you can see there on screen. So these two cars have just had driver swaps completed, just fresh. So they new into the car, both their second stints so far in this race. John Cannon putting in the stint for the number 60 and Matt Arden for Juan Carres.
As a note, Lloyd finally took to the pits after trailing Flores for so long.
Yep, that was a 50.
Matt Devine holding a half a second gap between cars.
Yep.
Pairs.
That was a 54-minute stint as well for Lloyd there as well.
Actually, it looks like Valentine might be into an opportunity to be passing Rustin here soon. 0.5 gap between the two GT4 cars. Small update.
So they're down in 22nd and 23rd outright. Also, we haven't lost any cars, as we can see. Devine and Carres going at it just in the background there.
Yeah.
Carres just able to
gap here.
just able to hold him off. So this is going to be interesting here. You've got 4 cars all fighting for position, but at different parts of the field. And the 2 GT3s just sailing through there. And that's a good result. All 4 cars can continue on their scrap with one another.
Straight through, remarkably.
Nice move.
Just a small call to attention on Rustin and Valentine. Still that gap closing up here, definitely putting pressure on Rustin.
Yeah, that was an awesome move from
M. Devine finally taking that pass.
Yeah, let's see this again. Look at that, down the inside. Pulls it up. Nice move. Carres tried to fight back. That's some good driving between those two. That's really fast driving between those two. So, great work from them. Flores.
Looks like Rustin did pass Valentine as a note.
Yep, he got that done. So, Rustin now looks like he's P2 in the GT4 class. While Carres and Devine fighting it out. So Juan Carres in the Audi. I'm so used to seeing him in a Porsche. Just confused there for a second. Yeah, and then in the background, is that... is it the Aston Martin of Liam Curran? I think it is. Yeah. So Liam Curran
Yeah,
up
it is.
there, in P2. How long into his stint? He's almost 43 minutes right now since he last pitted, one of the solo drivers. So it'll be interesting to see what happens between these two because they're going to get blue flags. More than likely, we'll possibly see them very shortly. Doing at this stage, again through the gears into Tamburello.
And spread back out, truly. For a little bit of battle, but down at the GT4s, still a little bit of a battle out there.
Yeah, Valentine and Rustin going at it. Swapping positions.
Makes it for some fun GT4 racing.
Yeah.
Just look like there's going to be a bit of a blue flag called here. A bit of traffic.
Yeah, that's Palin. Going to go down the inside.
Rustin trying to take on the outside, not quite getting there, just as the blue flag is called. Both drivers pulling over for the GT3s to pass through.
Yeah. And they're able just to continue on. Now that's the...
Very close racing right there.
Yeah, that's the 369, I think, Mercedes with McCroat in there. And he's the...
Remarkable gaps.
Here's the meat and the sandwich of the GT4s there. Chris North coming into the pits. Just drops and goes. And then back to this little scrap here. We haven't seen too much of the GT4, so we'll give them a bit of the limelight right now as Chris North coming out of the pits. So Chen continues to control this one. The 117 McLaren out in the lead. Liam Curran, 45 seconds off the back of him. 214 stop go penalty, speeding in the pits. 214. That's Chris North. So we saw him drop and go, and unfortunately just put his foot on the accelerator a little bit too quickly, and they've pinged him for speeding in the pit lane. So we've seen him and the Nissan of Vasquez Barrantes both caught speeding in the pit lane. I don't know if there's an issue with maybe someone's hit the marker sign out of there on exit. It's tripped a couple of them up maybe. I've seen that happen before. And in the meantime, McCroat has started to rear up on the back of the number 14 Lexus Lud Flores, so he's going to have another car to contend with. Last lap around did a 43.8 compared to McCroat 42.4, so definitely pace advantage there between McCroat and Flores, who was battling for a long time with Lloyd, who after that stop has come out in P16. Might we expect a stop from Flores? He's been going for 45 minutes now, so
Absolutely wild,
yeah,
in my personal opinion.
Yeah, sometime in the next 15 minutes or so, we should expect to see that Lexus make a stop. In the meantime, though, he's going to try and keep... It's very nicely presented Mercedes, I must say.
Oh, surely.
Right through the track limits, 369. That's McCroat car on the screen. So, pushing the limits.
That we also.
Yeah, one too many
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, it looks like again the GT4's just barely going at it. McCroat with the 0.8 second gap behind Flores. Haven't seen this matchup quite of yet. See what happens there.
So that's the stop-go penalty for North, and then McCroat to serve a drive-through. Last lap around, Flores 44.4, half a second faster than McCroat in the Mercedes, so he's got good pace. Just has a drive-through penalty next to his name.
Gage
right now.
Gonzalez is pulling through to Curran with only an 8-second gap going on now.
Yeah, so
Just with that commentating on the stint time, it looks like Chen and Curran will have to probably are going to be forced to pit soon. Same thing with Hinman with a 50-minute stint going on. Looks like Gage Gonzalez being not the freshest on the track here, but certainly will be the freshest in the top 5.
So it's going to be really interesting here because we've got majority of the field will need to pit 2 more times. Well, not the majority now, the small minority actually. So Chen, Curran, Hinman, Benora, Rise, Brown, Flores all need to pit 2 more times. We've only got 70 minutes left in this race. So Gonzalez only needs to stop 1 more time as McCroke coming in to serve that penalty, no doubt. While we're watching Devine and Brown down in 8th and 9th, those two right now going at it. One car is 6.4 seconds off this battle here as Devine just looking down the inside there at Tosa. Hinman in the pits as well, so that'll be his
Finally called it for him.
Yeah, second of 3 stops. That was 51 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see these guys that need to make 2 more stops in the space of now what's less than 70 minutes. So
yeah,
very interesting how this is all going to play out in the end. I think we'll see a splash and dash from a lot of these guys. There's these 2 Porsches going at it right now.
Just throwing themselves at each other.
Yeah, heading down the
right there, back to back.
Job done.
Looks like Devine just taking that pass. Yeah, very clean, by the way.
So nice work from the number 60.
Brown is notably still holding on to Matt Devine. Definitely going to want to try and take that position back.
Yeah, so
further, we got Gage Gonzalez closing up 2 seconds to Curran.
Now at 5.5 seconds, last lap around, Gonzalez did a 42.250. Curran did a 45.237, so 3 seconds of difference. Maybe Curran just got caught up in a little bit of traffic there. He's had 50 minutes for this stint, so it's going to be super interesting to see how much further he goes.
Absolutely brutal, yes.
Yeah. And then a splash and dash at the end while Gonzalez only has 1 more stop. Now the difference between Toledo, Chen and Gonzalez, 53 seconds. It's a minute 41 between Chen and Benora in the number 12 Lamborghini. That's Chris Rise.
Thing is, that is a pit stop, so Chen's gonna have to take that eventually and throw Gage back up there, especially also with Curran.
And Gonzalez definitely took fuel on the last one, so we'll see how it's all going to play out. In the meantime, though, this would be another Porsche on Porsche crime right here.
Devine again. We have 3 Porsches right next to each other.
Yeah, Rise, Devine, and Brown, and then there's another Porsche. That's Lloyd, I think, just being lapped. What's happened to Vasquez Barrentes? Go to the replay, have a look. Oh, that was coming out of Villeneuve. A little bit snappy, and then a little bit of contact there with Valentine. Runs deep and makes his way back on the track from Tosa. So these 2 right now, Devine and Chris Wright looking from the rear of.
Yeah, just some really close racing, 6th through 8th. Around the tail there, right off the wing. Looks like Devine's going to try and see if there's any inside, but not finding anything. Definitely keeping with him endurance-wise, see if there's any slip-up coming up along the road. Two very consistent drivers, though.
So that's Brown in the background. This is all for positions. So Risen's in 6th, Devine 7th, 8th. Oh, he makes a mistake. Yeah, and
That's what he was holding out for, and Devine happily takes the position. Not quite fully, though.
yeah, Rise. That's a big one.
No.
That is a huge save. That is a huge save. Let's go on board with him for the replay. Watch this. This is huge. So he's on the marbles there as well.
Who's that?
And then, look at that.
Just fully recovers it. Remarkable.
That is huge. His heart would have skipped a beat then. That was that could have been huge. What a slide. What a catch. That was awesome from Chris Rise in
Pretty
the Porsche.
wonderful.
Yeah. Lost a position there though in the meantime to Devine, and now has got Brown.
Good with you, Jimmy, by the way.
Yeah,
Quite a save.
that was huge. That was awesome. That was so good. Yeah, you want to be checking that out on the replay, but that was massive. So very,
Just
very.
as a side note, just for my little normal GT4 update, Rustin is still holding on to Valentine with that half-second gap. Just as a small update.
Yep. So they continue to plug away down there, 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
Brown still trailing.
And fast approaching the end of the second hour. And now Rise is going to have to try and fend off Brown. So both of these cars yet to make their second stop, so only one so far for the day. That's Liam Curran there in the background. The gap between him and Gage Gonzalez has continued to fall, so it's only 2.93 seconds at the moment, around there. Around that mark, it was at 5 seconds a couple of laps ago. And I think Chris Rise might have got a compromised exit there out of Ravazza, and it looks like that's the truth because Brown has just gotten through there. So Chris Rise loses another position.
Right on his tail.
Yeah, this time to another Porsche. Is he able to fight back here? Brown goes defensive into Tamburello. And nice work there from him. So Rise, unfortunately, loses another position, drops down into P8. Still having a good race though.
Oh yeah.
He started in 13th, currently circulating in P8 right now. And then Northam Sharkenberry, they're fighting it out for 14th and 15th respectively between those two. And so the gap, sorry to just flick around a little bit here, between Gonzalez and Curran, now down to 2 seconds.
Slowly fading, yeah. Right on each other. A little bit of traffic between the two, but certainly going to be. Curran is certainly going to be feeling that gap soon enough.
Yeah, so I think that's a spot on the money call there. That Curran was just dealing with a little bit of traffic, and he's got more ahead of him. That's Rise and Brown there. And so Artem, that's one Carres, in P9 right there. So Curran needs to make 2 more stops. He stopped nearly an hour ago now. Should be due for another one very, very shortly. As Rise and Brown continue to battle it out. So this is a good little scrap to focus on because we can see everything here. We can see the battle for 7th and 8th, and we can see the battle for 2nd and 3rd right now, just tucked in behind them between Curran and Gonzalez. And that's one car is just the cork in the bottle there between Curran and Gonzalez right now, so they all filter through Tamburello for
right
another time.
There.
Yeah.
Curran definitely going to be feeling the pressure, especially with an hour-long stint time at this point, only 3 minutes off the hour. Definitely going to be a bit compromised here.
And that's Gonzalez going down the inside of Carres at Tosa. Gets that job done, and he'll be able to hunt down the Aston Martin. see just up ahead. And so Rise and Brown have got to get the blue flags now. It's always a tricky scenario where you're locked in a battle with someone else. You want to
surely.
You want to try and keep your momentum, not compromise your fight with that other person, yet you're managing faster guys coming through right now. So those two faster guys are Curran and Gonzalez, and the gap is closed right up now. So less than half a second between them. You can see the difference between the two of them. And,
Absolutely wild.
and nice work.
It's taking this corner.
Oh, Curran.
From Curran.
Yeah.
Finally, Gage Gonzalez going into second.
Let's have a look at the replay on that one. So I reckon Curran, so Rise was just going down the inside. I wonder if Curran just got a little bit distracted there.
Yeah.
And
A little bit too focused on his position with Gage and just lost it.
Yeah. So Chris Rise in the pit, so is Liam Curran. So he's said,
Good call.
take advantage of that. That is a very good call. And now Gonzalez will continue on his merry way. He has one more stop remaining. We've got less than an hour left in this race. And he's sitting in P2. He's 52 seconds behind Xu Chen. He is in P1.
Thing is, Chen definitely needs to pit soon because he's only on. He still has 2 pits left. Gage only with the 1. Chen is going to need to sacrifice that lead. But until then, looks like Gage is going to be held in second.
Yeah, so I think that's been the thing about this one is that we thought that, well, I thought anyway, that perhaps Gonzalez might have been struggling with something, hence the early pit stop, but maybe that's just the OP strategy in this one, because
literally
the car in front needs to pit 2 more times in the next less than 60 minutes, while Gonzalez only needs to pit once.
At minimum 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's the position. As long as Gage doesn't fully compromise on anything here and just keeps as consistent as he has been, that might just be the race, not secured, but pretty rock solid for him.
And yeah, we've got all cars that need to pit at least one more time, and only 3 cars that need to pit twice in the next 58 minutes to close this one out. So this is going to be a good finish. This is going to be plenty of excitement all the way to the end. There's more blue flags waving right now as Waniger and Benora. So Louis Benora, how long has he been in the car for? Almost 45 minutes. He's got 2 more stops to make. So him and Aiden Hasselbrock been putting in a solid effort at that drive-through penalty, which has put a bit of a dent in their race. They dropped down to 10th after handing the car over and serving that drive-through penalty. Find themselves in P3 right now.
Yes.
Where would they roughly filter?
Waniger.
If they would have
Waniger building up just a bit onto Benura.
Yeah. So if they were to pit right now, they'd drop down into P9. And then, yeah, it'd be an interesting end to their race. An interesting finish coming up for them. So plenty of strategy going on. Everyone across the field right now. I'm just having a look at
And taking a bit of almost their own spin on the same idea of strategy here.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
Like Waniger's building up on Benura. Finally, just half a second gap. See what happens on this corner. See if Wagner's able to pull through just a bit more.
Oh, Hinman. That's at. Where is that? That's at Tosa, I think. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, just
yeah.
a little bit off on the term, just spinning him out a bit. It's all right. Surely recoverable.
Yeah, he's fine. Just a little tap to the wall, and away he goes.
Waniger holding to 0.3. He's closed that from that half-second gap all the way up to 0.3. Now to 0.4. Really, these corners that are benefiting him most over Benora.
Waniger having a look. Oh, did he ever shoot that? I think he did. Yep. So just on board.
So,
yeah, let's see what happened. This gives a bit more of an idea. Yeah, just on the entry, just hit the sausage curb, upset the car, and forced to run a little bit deep. So we go back to live
That's
pictures.
all right. Also, notably, we have Rise catching up to Brown here in 10th and 11th.
Yep, so nice lap around. Brown did a 45.5, 47.8 to Rise. So a little mistake there on the previous lap. But now Benora trying to take advantage. He's got Waniga dealing with one of the Ferraris there. That's the 180. That belongs to Monsu. Make their way through there. So Monsu doing a good job of letting the faster guys through. Back to Chris Rice, who only has one more stop left, as does everyone else bar two. The 369 Mercedes, they have finished all of their stops. So Craig's in the car now. To the leader, it's a minute 34.
Oof.
So,
But notably, the leader still needs to make 2 more pits with only 54 minutes left. Chen's going to have to take this soon.
yes, it is almost an hour since his last pit stop.
Definitely going to start feeling it on the tires, surely.
Yeah. Lapping a 42.5 the last lap around. Gonzalez did
Isn't terrible.
Gonzalez did a 41.9. So he's lapped in the 41s for a big portion of this race.
Just notably, the last time we saw Chen hit, he was running 143, so he might be holding out even longer, though that might not be the best call.
And this car on
Especially as
this car on screen, the number 12 went extremely long in that first stint. I think an hour and 10 or an hour and 15, something like that. An extraordinary long time.
yes.
So yeah, that number, the 369, the car that has completed their stop. So they're a minute 35 off the lead. Chris Rice goes off the road. He's able to
Not losing
recover.
that much time, though. Still well ahead of North.
So the 369, just trying to use them as a bit of a gauge right now, pardon the pun. So they would probably get up to about, they could be looking at a top 10 finish here. The 369 Mercedes, if they hold their pace. They started 16th on the grid. So a lot still to play out in this one, but a bit of an idea of where they might be finishing. Now the number, so Gonzalez, so Wagner is a minute 3 behind Gonzalez. Same to leader, 11 seconds. So,
Nothing particularly close. It looks like
Yeah.
it's very wide for 30 minutes and then very close for 30 minutes. Definitely a little bit bipolar there, but makes it for a good break.
I'm just having a look. So Chen continues to circulate, 42.370. Gonzalez did a 42.327. Gap still at 50 seconds. He's hit just an hour since he last pitted. Chen. Waniga has almost been half an hour, 28 minutes since his last stop. He has one left. And then Benora has been in the car now for 50 minutes, 51 since his last stop. And this is going to be super interesting. So Curran, I wonder if he might be able to get onto the podium here. It's going to be a battle between him and Waniga right now.
Yeah.
Lap time difference, so almost 8/10 the difference between Waniga and Curran on that last lap. And it's a gap between those two of around about 11 seconds between them at the moment. So both cars only need to pit one more time.
Yeah. Chen's still just holding to his stint remarkably.
Yes.
Now finally hitting that hour mark. But there's no one else on the field nearly as close as him. The closest being 38 minutes from Gage. Actually, sorry, 41 from Vasquez.
So I think we're just in a bit of a holding pattern.
Yeah.
Right now we're all getting set for that
Final 30.
Yeah. I think that's probably going to be about the optimal. I would think at this stage. It's just I'm more curious about Chen. He needs to pit twice now in 50 minutes. So I just can't see that necessarily working out for him. And then Benora needs to pit twice. Hasselbrock will jump in more than likely the next stint. And then everyone else has completed their 2 of 3 stops. They've only got 1 more to go. So I think, just at this stage, just in a holding pattern for a little while until we get to that last pit stop range, and then we'll good to go after that. And there's no one who's gone a real hard alternative strategy who, has pitted twice or pitted 3 times already, except Craig. So the 369. So him and McCroat. They could still be on for a top 10 finish though, so we'll keep an eye on them. Down to 17 right now. And also just the GT4s, as well as a bit of an update. So this man's leading the class, Lucas Lichten, in the number 77 McLaren. Ryan Valentine sitting there in second, and then Curtis Ruston. You can see him just in the background there, as Valentine just letting a couple of the faster guys through. That's Chris Rise and to contend with. Chris Rise and Benora coming through. So that's where the race stands right now. Who's the biggest risers? Looks like Sharp. Flores started 19th up into 5th. So he'd be the biggest riser. Fonte in the number 3 McLaren. They started 8th, currently 19th right now, so dropped 11 spots for them. See, I heard someone in the sand. North and Curran just ahead. So last lap around, Gonzalez did a 42 flat, 3/10 faster than Shen. And then
he's definitely going to be holding it to him soon.
And the other interesting one is going to be that Brown. And what's happened here? Oh, facing the wrong way. That's the 20.
Oh.
That's out of Tamburello. Let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, just overshot it. And that's not the way you want to be facing right there. So
no.
We'll get going again. Back to live action. So the battle I'm interested in here is Waniger and Curran for 3rd. They got Benora in between them, but Benora needs to make 2 more stops. These drivers only 1. So I think it's a battle for 3rd between Waniger and Curran. Last lap around, Waniger.
I would definitely have to agree with you.
So Waniger did a 43.8 and Curran did a 46.3. So probably held up with a little bit of traffic on that last lap, hence the slower time, and that's going to be one to watch for. So I think terms of the race lead, Chen still remains our leader, but
I just don't know how well that's going to pay off for him in the long run, but we'll see.
I think we're full of skepticism right now, but he could make us eat our words in the next 45 minutes. So
100%. He still has 45 minutes.
Yep. We're certainly going to find out. Gage lapping last one, 42.8. Current Chen was a bit faster. Is he pitting? He is. So here's Chen. Gap to leader was at almost 50 seconds between Gonzalez and Chen. So here's his final stop. No, second last stop. Gonzalez just coming through Alta now. It'll be really interesting to see how long this pit stop lasts for. And stops. There he is. Here's Gonzalez heading down the hill now towards Ravazza, 17 and 18. Chen still stationary. Gonzalez out of Ravazza now. Chen still stationary. Gonzalez takes the lead. It's Curtis Ruston there in the GT4. And
Finally
Chen,
pulling through.
yeah, so Chen still stationary.
Wonder how long Chen's pit is going to be.
Yeah, that was stationary for 32 seconds, so that tracks with the rest of the field. And this will be about a minute 14 total lap time as he's about to come out of the pits right now. Yeah, it is. So it's identical to Gonzalez. So Gage Gonzalez leads this one with 44 minutes left. Both drivers need to make a pit stop. And so Gonzalez is 45 minutes into his stint. The gap between him and Chen right now is 25 seconds. It's gonna, if it's a standard stop as he has been doing, this is advantage Chen. So because the gap to lead is only 24 seconds, so it's going to have to be splash and dash here. This is going to be interesting. So that stint probably would have been all about fuel saving to get to a certain marker for the end of it, that they would have known what was going to be the go-home total. This is pounding out to be really fun. This is cool. Brown in the pits, in the Audi, the number 4, pitting out of P10, Chris Rise in 11th. Just keep an eye on the 369 as well, down to 16th. Interested in their progress, and certainly interested in the progress of these two cars on track right now. This is Louis Bonara and Liam Curran in 4th and 5th right now between these two. That's the gap as they...
Right in between each other.
Yeah.
Curran looks to be taking the pass, going around the outside.
Goes up the inside there, out of Tosa. So, what's happened to Devine? Where is that? That is...
Getting the yellow flag on him.
Yeah, that's it.
We're still trying to hold this gap.
So, get going again. So we go back to live pictures. There we go. And Benora loses that spot to Curran. So the gap, so the gap between Waniger and Curran is at 10.5 seconds. Both have one more stop to make, and then the gap between Gonzalez and Chen is at 24 seconds.
On this edge there, yeah. Surprisingly, Chen did not take as big of a hit that we thought.
Yeah. All right. Well, Gonzalez will have to come in for a. I don't think it's going to be a standard stop as we've seen already.
Oh, I don't think so either. I'm not convinced to even swap tires.
Well, it's only fuel. Yeah, it's only fuel required. So it looks like they have been changing tires the whole time. It depends on how much fuel saving he's been able to be doing, but it doesn't really seem like it. He's been lapping in the 41s for a lot of it. High 41s, low 42s. Just did a 42.4 then, and he's in the pits. Here we go. All right. So
let's see.
that is the 777.
Chen will be more than happy to temporarily regain his spot. Let's see, time in pit.
Chen making his way through now. There he goes. That's Rustin again. And Gonzalez makes a stop. What does he stop for? I'll track it for you very, very shortly. Give you an idea. It's at 39.40 seconds total. A minute 14 is what cars have been usually going for, and 32 seconds of stop time. And this is looking like it's going to be a standard stop length.
Yeah,
He's still stationary. There he goes. So it's going to be
finally
a
at
minute
it.
14.
Minute
Yep.
5. Yeah.
All right.
So you probably did in fact do tires then.
Yep. And now, there we go. So the gap to leader is at 47 seconds between Gage Gonzalez and Xu Chen.
Thing is, Xu Chen still needs to take his hit, so that leaves Gonzalez in a really good spot.
I wonder if he's... No, I thought he might have been really marginal for fuel there, Benora. So, no, he's making his stop. So Curran elevates up into P3. The gap between him and Waniga is at 9.5 seconds. And now Gage Gonzalez, he's gotten ahead of Waniga there. It's only 1.7. So, yes, so he will hold that lead there. Benora, yeah, just stationary now. There he goes. And now this man, can he snag a podium with just under 39 minutes left? And the gap. So if anything's, if previous pit stops were anything to go off, then Chen, he's only
Chen's going to be left with about a 30-second gap.
He is going to do a splash and dash here, Chen. So, because there's no way that he will need to do a full pit stop, as we've seen.
Well, yeah.
That minute 14 length of time.
Thing is, it's still going to slow him down about 45 seconds, so I wouldn't be surprised if getting Chen and Gonzalez wind up almost right next to each other after. So Chen did make us eat our words just a little bit, but we'll see.
This is Curran North in the pits. So, Hasselbrock got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Stop go 30. So that's ruined their race. That's
his race. Yeah.
I think that's the second one. Who's the car coming out of pits right now?
Very unfortunate.
I'd be very interested to see. There's been quite a few cars that have been pulled up for speeding in the pit lane. So I wonder if that sign, or people are just getting confused with the marker. I'm not too sure. We're watching Craig here, Caleb Craig, the 369. So Brown doesn't need a pit again.
Holding
North
that close,
still in there, so he's going to be battling it out with North, who's
actually did a very impressive little braking stint right there, closing that gap a ton.
So these two cars are going to elevate themselves a position as North making his way out now. So you can hear them going through it, so they take a position away. North will come out in P15. They started P16.
Ooh, side by side right now between Craig
This is great
and
stuff.
Brown.
There we go.
Craig
takes
taking
another
that
spot.
pass very cleanly.
So I reckon they'll have their eyes on a top 10, and this car in the pits is certainly going to help them with that. Not too sure if they'd be able to take a position away only because of that particular stop, but yeah, that stop go penalty, their second of the day, is a big blow to the number 12 Lamborghini. Brown is able to head through. Hasselbrock still stationary. I don't think these two will be able to get a pass out of that, but yeah, Hasselbrock just freshened the car.
Just holding on. Granted, he's only been in for 8 minutes, but I'm still.
There we go. Hasselbrock.
It's definitely been a trip.
And they've still got another stop to go. So they've still got. So essentially, they would have had how many stops today? They'll end up doing 5 stops.
Oof.
Instead of the 3. So yeah, these two will
We
definitely.
Vasquez with 6.
Yeah, let's see if I can see pit count. Yeah, good. Yeah, very good point. Yeah, so Vasquez Barrentes, 6 stops today. And yeah, the number 12 is going to end up doing 5 stops for the race.
Absolutely wild.
Now, gap between Chen and Gonzalez with just a tick under 35 minutes remaining.
It's been very interesting watching Devine here, especially since he started 3 positions from where he was. But he's still holding up.
Yeah, so he's cruising along there in P5 right now. They've got one more stop to make. Artem making the final stop for the number 25. So that was one
Looking
car
forward to what this next round of stops brings to the top 5, 6. See what mixes up there.
Yeah, well that's yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So Juan Carrez hands it over to Artem. Now, so the gap between Chen and Gonzalez is 48 seconds, and Chen is only 10 minutes into his stick, so it's going to be Spike and Dad for him. And I don't know how long that is necessarily going to take. That could only be 30 seconds total pit time. But splashing maybe 2, so yeah, this is going to be. I think this is still going to be pretty close between Gonzalez and Chen. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a grandstand finish, I think. Devine is in the pits right now, so making the final stop for the number 60. The car challenging for that position is the car on the screen, the number 25, who's just pitted, so maybe that was a response from the 60 in a direct reply to the 25 pitting. And they're off and away. How long was that stop? That was 32 seconds, so that's a standard. As we've seen, this is Artem coming through Rivata, and the number 60 is going to be able to hold that position, I think, by the looks of it. That's Curran coming through, and he goes on his merry way, and there's Artem, so that gives you an idea of the difference in gap between Devine and Artem, sitting at about 11.5 seconds right now on road. And then back to the number 369. They're in 12th position. Got Chris Rise just up ahead, who's made his stops. And then the 3 cars ahead of them, Hasselbrock, Flores and Brown, all need to stop again. So these two are going to be battling it out. They'll have top 10 finishes on their mind right now.
Especially if it was Hasselbrock, that's what I would be almost fully focused on right now.
Yeah, well, they need to pit again, so they're going to be, as we've mentioned, pit stop number 5 for them. And Flores has had a good race. When did he start? Like Flores is Craig. Having a look at Rivazza. Rice runs a little wide.
Flores, as you noted, is going to be up 10 positions with Hinman up 7.
Yeah, so awesome race from Bud Flores.
Wonderful. Does look like we got a bit of a yellow flag there from Vasquez.
Stick with this action for the time being, though. Craig going around the outside. Rise, I think Rise was happy to give that up.
Yeah.
He knew he didn't have the pace to compete with Craig. And as I mentioned, he'll have a top 10 finish on his mind, Chris Rise. So he lets Craig go. Now, that is Brown in the background, so that is 4th position. So that's less than a second the gap between Rise and Brown. Last lap around, Rise of 45.6, Brown of 43.9. So Brown has the pace, so Rice is going to have to work pretty hard if he wants a top 10 finish in the next 31 minutes. In the meantime, though, Shu Chen is in the lead of this one, 47.5 seconds the gap between him and this man on screen, Gage Gonzalez. That's North in front of him, so he's a lapped car at this stage. And yeah, if our calculations are correct, Chen's only going to do a splash and dash here at the end, which I think is going to bring him out just marginally in front of Gonzalez. We could be ahead, looking at a grandstand finish. Now Waniger, he is ahead of Curran. Yeah, only 6 seconds the
Fully
gap.
in third.
Yeah, so 6 seconds the gap between Waniger and Curran. Last lap around, Waniger was a 43.4. Curran was a 43.2, so both cars need to pit again. And I think that might be a case of who's going to blink first between Waniger and Curran. And then Hasselbrock and Flores. Hasselbrock and both these cars need to pit again. And yeah, we've seen the number 12 collect quite a few penalties already today. And here's Brown on rise. So Phil Brown is cleared to go to the end. It's on the side there. Podium Hunters, Raven. Not too sure of the character, but
It's alright.
yeah, bit of work into that livery. So
Looks like Hasselbrock's trying to gain on Flores. Looks like he will.
they're going to be a drag race down the hill. Up the hill. Sorry. Oh, he just got upset there by the
just
curb.
cut right
Yeah.
off.
Unfortunate for Hasselbrock.
A little bit of a battle. My usual GT4 update. We got a little bit of battle between Russ and Valentine going on there. The 0.4 second gap. They've been at it with each other. Notably, all the GT4s are actually 10 laps behind the GT3s.
Well,
Hasselbrock happily ascending into 9th place.
yeah, as Flores makes his final stop. Here is Craig. So Craig's going to be the big beneficiary of that. So he will be into the top 10 once he gets ahead of Flores. So there he goes. Flores in the pits. Craig cruises past. He now takes P10. Just on watch of the times between Waniger and Curran right now. Waniger a 43.5, Curran a 42.7. So almost a full second faster on that last lap. The gap is now at 5.5 seconds between Waniger and Curran. Waniger's been in the car for this stint almost 52 minutes. Oh, here we go. Curran is in. This is a very shrewd move from Liam Curran. I like this. He's going to try and take control of the situation by pitting earlier. And he's going to force the pressure onto this car here. Waniger, who's just going through Villeneuve now.
Oh,
So
surely.
I like the move from Curran. This is North in trouble at Tosa.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a couple of the GT4s there.
Just gonna have to quickly figure it out here.
Oh, he just got on the grass.
Was that a bit of contact?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Nothing sort of too much of an issue. So he will get going again. There he is. And Curran does a short stop. This might give us a bit of indication of how long a splash and dash. So 15 seconds stop time. Total pit time is going to be 57 seconds. So that's some good data right there to give us a bit of intel around how much time how much of a gap Shen will have to open up on Gonzalez. And it's going to have to be at about almost a minute, 57 seconds. He's at 48 right now. So that gives us a really good indication. And it's a nice move there from Liam Curran. Now that forces the hand of Waniger.
100%.
Yeah, he has to decide, is he going to pit or is he going to continue on? And he is going to continue on here. And Curran on, I don't know if he would change tyres or who's that in the background? That's Vasquez Barrentes at Toaster, another driver, having an issue there. And yeah, on the grass and around he goes. So
Fonte looks like he's building up on Palin.
yeah. Oh, Waniga. So yeah, that is. Oh, where is that? Is that a Tamburello? I think it is. Oh, it's a GT4 there as well. So he makes a little bit of contact and just almost turned him around, and he does in the end. So he's almost able to keep that facing the right way. That's a huge blow. That's massive right now. So the gap between him and Curran right now is at 52 seconds. So, and we just saw Liam Curran give us the indication he's going to need about a 57-second gap.
Ooh.
That could quite possibly have costed Waniga P3.
Especially with Waniger needing to do that next hit, I think that almost secures Curran's position there.
Yep. That's a huge moment in this one. 25 minutes left. I saw John Cannon in the car, number 60. He's just behind here. So the number 60 could be on for a top 5 finish as well. So him and Matt Devine, that'd be a pretty fantastic result for those two. I think they'd be pretty happy with that. And Waniga getting past Flores now. That's a lap car. Should have blue flags here. And you can see them on the left and right of the track. And Waniga, you have to think, need to pit here to give you any sort of chance of clawing back a podium here. And there he goes. He comes into the pits and Flores just flashing the lights in one for good measure. And now Curran just coming out of Piratella down through Aqua Minerale. That gap.
Waniger finally going for pits, which does make sense.
Yep. So he's still in there. He's about to stop.
Chen's going to have to pit sooner than later, just as a note.
Yeah, no, that we're keeping an eye on that. Right now we're looking at the battle for P3 though. We got Waniga. Is he going to repair any of that damage? Here comes Curran down through Ravata. This is going to be close here. Waniga still stationary. And Curran coming through the final turn now. Waniga still stationary. He's going. But I think it's going to be all too late. There goes Curran. So Curran is going to take P3 away from Waniga. There's Waniga there. We can see Curran just on the left-hand side of the screen slipping through. There he goes. There goes the Aston Martin. And Waniga, he's still at the pit exit there. It's fine. And now in P5 right now. So Liam Curran.
Drop off.
Yeah, so Liam Curran, a stroke of good luck there with Waniga having the issue. Oh, no! That is just an innocent bystander in that one. And that's pretty much race over for him. Watch this. So the Audi goes through because he's come out of the pit lane, loses it, and nowhere to go. Oh, that is just bad luck right there for Waniga. So any faint hope that he might have had is now up in smoke, and he's all done. Yeah. So a case of if he didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all for him. So Hinman, he needs to pit one more time as well. So he's got a little way to go. And now Liam Curran in sole possession of P3. Where did he start, Liam Curran? P5 right now. So he's made progress, currently sitting with a podium at this stage. Now, it's the man on screen that we've got to worry about here is Xu Chen. It is at 49.9 seconds, the gap between him and Gonzalez. I reckon he's going to need about another 7 seconds, the difference, to hold the gap to Gage Gonzalez. This is going to be a grandstand finish between Xu Chen
100%.
and Gage Gonzalez. Liam Curran looks like he's got third, all sewn up. With Hinman, he needs to make another stop.
Hinman's,
And with Waniga potentially with a wounded car. That's Hasselbrock.
You got a bit of a yellow flag there from Hasselbrock.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. I think he just got upset there on the entry. Oh, and on the exit.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
Good save. Good save from Aiden Hasselbrock. What about Phil Brown? His way to Tamburello. He's got Lipton in the GT4 there. He's leading the GT4 class, so he's looking good right now to take out the class victory. He's got a 53-second gap on Ryan Valentine, who is currently duking it out with Curtis Ruston down there.
So it's been fun to go back there to the GT4s, see what's happening back there.
Yeah, well, they've looked pretty racy. They've been involved in a couple of scraps with GT3 cars as well, as one would expect. It's Brown. I think, no, not Brown. Who was that? That was Lloyd making his way through. Weatherby Brown now. So Craig occupying P10. Both these cars have pitted, completed their final stops. So the 549 Porsche and the number 12 Lamborghini still need to pit. So these two on for a very, very good finish. And then we've got Artem and John Cannon. So once again, the two admins going at it right now. Number 60 Porsche has had a really good day. And so has the number 25 Audi. I think all four drivers will be pretty happy with their races. Here we go, Chen. Chen's in the pits. So I missed all of that. I was just blabbering
Chen's
on.
Out now.
Oh, this is going to be so close. There's Gonzalez. Chen. I think,
Edge on edge.
nah, Chen's going to just have the lead. I think.
That's remarkable.
He does. Yes. So Chen has got the lead. There it is. There's the difference.
Not going to be thrilled. Gage is going to be sending it for these next 20 minutes.
Yeah, that pit stop was a total of 47 seconds, 6 seconds stop total. And Gage Gonzalez now hunting down Shu Chen. The gap is at 3 seconds. This is for the lead. There's 19 minutes left.
Amazing.
How good is this? I can't believe I missed that.
Doesn't get 2. It's all the way down to 2.3 seconds from those 3 seconds. So Gage is going to be sending it.
Yeah, so Chen's going to have to get those tyres up to pressure and temperature as soon as he possibly can. They've been in the car the whole time, these two, and they have no problems with getting to grips with the circuit or the car. It's just getting everything back up to pressure and back up to temp will be the challenge that faces him right now. In the meantime, Artem and Cannon, they continue to go at it. They're looking at a top 5 finish possibly between these two, with Hinman still yet to pit, who you get the feeling is going to run this all the way to the very end.
Gage Gonzalez, turn for turn now with Chen.
Yep, so 2.4 seconds, the gap between those two. As Cannon runs a little bit wide out of Piratella.
A bit of a yellow flags here. Do look like we lost someone there.
That's Palin. That's out of Alta. And this is Brown and Craig. So Hasselbrock comes into the pit. So the number 12 Lamborghini makes their final stop.
Artem right on the edge there with Cannon.
Yep. And then the gap between Gonzalez and Shen, 2.4 seconds now. The difference between the two. We're set for a grandstand finish, 17 and a half minutes remaining in this 3 hour. This is race number 1 of the Mini Pan Am Endurance Series. As give you an idea of what the gap looks like. We'll head back to these two just as they run down the front straight here. Cannon got a big job to do for the next 17 minutes, holding Matt Artem at bay. Gonna get a pretty good run out of there. Go down the inside, look to make a move through Villeneuve. Oh, they go side by side, almost hits the rear quarter panel.
There.
And Artem able to hold off there, not make any contact with Cannon. Neither of these cars
Holding back a bit, yeah.
Yeah, and would not be a fair finish for either of these two.
No.
So Hinman, he still needs to pit, and that means that these two could be potentially battling it out for a top 5 position. As Cannon runs wide again, he wants to be careful with track limits. We've seen that as a bit of an issue throughout the entire race. In the meantime, Gage Gonzalez
closing it to 2 seconds, yeah. right there.
Sort of that time they do this trip around. Shen, a 42-1, a 41-9 to Gage Gonzalez.
Chen cannot slip up, but he has to resume pace with Gage if he has any hope. Especially since they're just on the same corners as each other. Not perfectly, but...
So he's holding at 2.5 seconds the gap right now. We're going to track this little battle here between the 60
Artem's
and
still
the
just
25.
absolutely holding its cannon. And Jimmy, that's mildly debatable with the ranch, but it's okay.
Yeah, the two
Artem and Cannon side by side again.
going at it right now. If only Gage liked the ranch, they could be faster. It's funny that the two ranch aficionados are not in this race, Scott and Jimmy. So perhaps not wanting to partake and only enjoy. Oh, spectating as Artem with a big send down the inside at Tosa. It's going to be a drag race up the hill between the Audi and the Porsche. They make plenty of contact. Lots of door banging there going on. Artem, big send. Cannon, was that
big spin out there for the both of them.
Let's
both going to want to get on track as fast as possible, right next to each other.
Let's go to replay. So there was plenty of banging before this, and then it looked like Cannon just got away with it, but a little bit of netcode there, I reckon, in the end got him, and goes around as we go back to... Oh no, Cannon! That's at Minerali. So what was looking like a potentially a
Losing
top 5 finish. He just run deep, and then he's got to turn it around there, and the engine in the back just sends it around like a big pendulum, and he escapes. So down there in P8 right now, the number 60. In the meantime, this is the gap between Xu Chen and Gage Gonzalez. Is down to 1.7 seconds. Last lap around,
Wild.
Chen did a 142.5. Gonzalez a 142.2, so 0.3 faster on that last lap. 13.5 minutes remaining in this one. Chen just contending with a little bit of traffic. Now it's Gage Gonzalez's turn to do the same thing. He's able to get through without any drama through there, through the Ferrari, no, the McLaren. McLaren of, I think that's Fonte, I believe. Yeah, it is. And so Gonzalez will continue his charge forward.
Which he's doing a remarkable job. He has another 13 minutes to go, which is more than enough time in this situation.
Yeah, so he's got enough time to make up the gap, the 1.7. But catching is one thing, passing is certainly another. And now Craig has got the leader to contend with. That's Brown as well behind Chen. So Craig's going to have to do his part here. Trying to get right out of the way and let these guys through. He's currently P9, the 369. It's the last thing that Chen would want, suffer the same fate as Waniger. And
Chen just taking that clear.
yeah, beautiful. So Chen's got that all sorted. He makes his way past. He's got one of the GT4s.
Now it's time for Gage to do the same.
Yep. He's...
Gage being a bit forced to the outside, losing a bit of time. Bit of contact with Gage there on the rear.
Yeah, Brown almost goes around. And Hasselbrock. What happened, Hasselbrock? Let's see. Oh, this is at Tamburello. Runs a little bit wide.
Gage now only 1.4 seconds behind 1.2, 1.1. Because it looks like Chen got slowed down by a GT4. Gage Gonzalez 0.8 seconds behind Xu Chen. Looks like Gage will be able to easily pass this GT4.
Let's see what happened to Chen here.
Gaps down to 1.3.
Back to live pitches.
Chen getting held up by that GT4 back there. Gage Gonzalez holding the gap down to 1.2. Brown also with a gap of 0.4 to Craig. Chen has been holding very happily with the pressure so far, so we will see what happens.
So last lap around, Chen did a 43.157. Gonzalez a 42.9, so cost him 0.2 of a second. It's now down to 1.2 seconds the gap between Chen. So riding on board with Gonzalez, you can see from his point of view, that's what he's got ahead. 10.5 minutes left.
Let's go to the pass on GT4. Valentine finally passing Rustin.
Change of position there. The gap finally under a second between Chen and Gonzalez. We're going to have a 10-minute sprint to the end of this one. 2 hours and 50 minutes gone. It's going to come down to the final 10 minutes. Can Chen hold him off? We've got a grandstand finish here. Gage Gonzalez really being challenged today.
Right on each other.
Yeah. This is going to be great. It's going to be an awesome finish. North and Rise as well. 11th and 12th. Battling it out down there, and then Craig and Brown, they've been tied together for a little while, 9th and 10th between those two, so they're looking for a pretty
Gage
healthy
catching
finish.
some time here on Chen. Losing a bit, not fully taking those corners as well as he should have, or as well as he could have. Gage down to 0.9. Slowly closing it out on these corners here.
So let's check the lap times on this trip around. Brock has a bit of an issue. 42.2 to a 42 flat. Where's that? That's at Alta. This is Hasselbrock, and pushing hard, a little bit too hard, ends up going almost all the way around. And
Sad for Hasselbrock.
Their race
Certainly a drop off there.
yeah, certainly not panning out in the way they would have expected after they started
Not at all.
in P4. So had a couple of self-inflicted wounds from those guys today, but that's sim racing for you.
More than all right.
Yeah,
Always more races.
Yeah, that's right. In the meantime, Chris Rise and North, they still continue to battle it out for 11th and 12th. They're 22 seconds behind Brown in the number 4 Audi. I have to say, they've had a good race today. Brown, he's a single, Phil Brown, he's a single driver. So he's had a really solid race. Where did he start?
Oh, yeah.
Started in 10th. All right, started in 10th, is in 10th, but still a solid race. I think he's been a really strong performer all day. In the meantime, another strong performer, Gage Gonzalez.
Just right there still. Remarkably, just incredibly consistent as he has been all race. Closing down that gap a little bit more. He's been closing mainly on Chen on this corner right there.
Inman finally makes his way into the pits.
To bring Waniger and Artem up finally.
There he is in there, making his way through. As we see the flames belching from the rear of the McLaren there.
Gage getting 0.1 seconds faster that last lap from Chen.
Yeah, so it was a 10th faster on that last lap, 42.3 to 42.2 to Gonzalez. Waniger moves up into P4 as he
Down to a
drops down.
0.7 second lap on that turn, evening out at a 0.8.
So just a tick under 7 minutes remaining in this one. And the first race of the season proved to be quite a cracker. North and Rise.
Quite some fun.
Yeah, it's been sort of, it's ebbed and flowed, but it's remained relatively consistent throughout.
Oh,
as,
surely.
Yeah, as Brown making a pit stop as well. So pitting out of 8th position. That'll be good for Chris Rise.
Gage closing it to half a second there. Shoot, just getting a little bit bumpy on.
Oh, drive-through penalty, track limits. Gage Gonzalez. That's a drive-through penalty for car number 13, track limits. You called it there. You said getting all over the curbs, and that is that. That is a really unfortunate unfortunate way to finish it, but Gage Gonzalez is going to have to serve that drive-through penalty. Liam Curran is a minute and a half behind, so it's
Don't
not...
think that's going to be anything for Liam, but it's definitely going to set Gage firmly into second.
It's, if anything, it's going to make Shu Chen's life a lot easier for the last 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this one. An unfortunate way to end it, but that's just the breaks sometimes. So let's get back to the action. So Shu Chen in strong control of this one. Gage Gonzalez will serve that penalty. Liam Curran will remain in P3. He's not quite close enough to contend for P2 right now. Waniga in there in fourth. So Hinman, even after his stop, is in P5. So great job from Hinman, as this is for position between Caleb Craig and Brown. So between the 549 and the 369. So these two duking it out. Brown started in 15th position, so currently 8th, up 7 spots. Same with Craig, they started 1 spot behind and is still 1 spot behind Brown, but nonetheless a great effort. Hinman, he started in 12th, currently in P5, so up 7 positions. A great race from him, as Caleb Craig just having a look up the inside there of the Porsche. Nothing doing.
Right on the edge there.
Yeah, you just want to make sure he keeps his head here, because he's got Phil Brown just tucked in behind him. Will be more than happy to pick up any scraps that fall his way.
Be very much focused on holding my position as Craig, but we shall see.
Porsche versus Mercedes battle up the front straight. 4 minutes remaining.
Definitely closing down to 0.1 second. It's like he might be trying to take the outside of this corner, not quite getting there, switching to inside. Looks like the Porsche is getting a little slidey.
Yeah.
Craig taking the outside again, really right on top of the Porsche. Toe to toe, it's absolutely remarkable, these two.
Yeah, this is great racing between them. Mercedes trying to get the overrun to here. Yeah,
for it.
It's the crisscross going on.
Finally it's definitely going to be lined up for this next turn. A little bit of contact there. And more contact. Craig spinning out.
That is a really, really unfortunate way.
Yeah.
Go on board here. This might give us a bit more of an idea. Or a little bit of contact there, and then And so as we go back to live pictures now, and Caleb Craig now down in P10. He's up the inside. Oh, yeah.
Sitting out again, just being a little bit too ambitious.
I think that was just more of an anger thing. Be pretty hot under the collar in there, unfortunately. So Phil Brown has been the beneficiary of that. He's now in P9, and he's got Chris Brown up ahead of him. So it's a couple of Brown boys here going at it. The 549 and the number 4 Audi. So Phil Brown, as we mentioned before, had a great day so far.
He's currently up 7 positions. Craig is up 6. Gage is actually up 1 with Hinman up 7.
So we've had some big rises and fallers.
Oh yeah.
North as well. So
actually, the real only followers here, actually almost everyone is up from where they started except for Cannon, North, Passabrock, and Lloyd, along with Fontaine.
So 90 seconds.
Everyone is.
90 seconds left in this one. Watching Chris Rise and Chris North. So we've got 2 drivers with the same first name and then 2 drivers with the same surname, except spelled a little bit differently. With the C Brown and P Brown. Yeah. And then it's all easy going at the front. This will be the last lap when Chen crosses the line.
Yeah.
So we'll get the signal. We'll get back to the battle between P8
I'd be
and
very
P9.
happy if I was Chen, going to be honest.
This is just his victory. Oh, Brown with the big send at Ravazza.
Leader is on the final lap. Give it all you can.
He's going to continue on with it here. This is great stuff from the Audi driver. This is going to, it's going to be the final go at it. And that's Brown. I think he made a little bit of...
Craig's going to be taking it.
Let's go on board with him here. So he's got the GT4, had to go around and, unfortunately, just clipped the inside there and
Alright,
he went,
the leader is on the final
there's
lap.
Caleb
Give it a final
Craig. And almost swapping over. So Chris North and Rise, Caleb Craig having a very, very rough last few minutes.
Yeah,
But the man who's having a pretty easy time
Rise
of it,
getting all slowed.
yeah, right now is Shu Chen. So he put the marker down early. He qualified in P1. He's run at the front of the field for the majority of the time. His strategy was a little bit his strategy was pretty standard, considering the rest of the field was very similar. Definitely been the class of the field, one of the solo drivers, one of many in the field today. So he's got 2 more corners, or 3 more if you include 19, which is a little right-handed kink. But he's been the class driver, the 117 McLaren. Congratulations, Shu Chen. He's going to take race 1.
Job.
Awesome work. That was a class drive from Shu Chen. Congratulations.
Finish the race.
Just won it.
Yeah,
Fireworks go up.
had to absorb a lot of pressure in the early stages of this one. Held his nerve. Had some great battles with Gonzalez in there as well. But he's a race winner. I just wish that I had his livery, because I'm sure it would have been a good one with Team Shoemiskins. Usually produce some great stuff. Hopefully for the next one. Here's Gage Gonzalez. Unfortunately, that drive-through penalty. It was a self-inflicted wound, unfortunately for him. He's going to come home in P2. Congratulations, Gage Gonzalez. He takes
Wonderful
home.
job from you. I love watching it, honestly.
So awesome work there from the number 13 McLaren. Not quite today, but case of what could have been for him. In the meantime, we got
Aaron
Liam
also coming through.
Yeah, we've got Liam Curran, who's going to take home P3. He's got a couple of GT4s up ahead of him who are battling it out with one another. That's Valentine and Rustin. So Liam Curran just getting out of the way. He's going to be one of the last cars on the lead lap. In fact, Waniger has already been classed as finishing 4th. Hinman and Artem 5th and 6th. John Cannon, he's on the final lap as well. He crosses the line. Congratulations to the number 60 Porsche. 710 disqualified for driving the wrong way. That is Waniger. And here's Liam Curran to take home the final podium position. Congratulations, Liam Curran.
Congratulations,
he takes home.
everyone, Mr. Curran.
Yeah, awesome work. He's having he's in a purple patch right now. Congratulations to him. So Hinman in
Wonderful
4th,
job.
5th in Artem, 6th Cannon, Brown, Craig, and North. And then in terms of the GT4s, it was Curtis Rustin who took home the class victory. Ryan Valentine in 2nd, and Waniger in... No, not Waniger in 3rd. So it was Rustin in 2nd, Valentine in 3rd, and Licton took the class victory there. But it was today's race, today's victory. Shu Chen, awesome drive from him in the 117. Takes out race
Wonderful
victory.
race as well.
Yeah, that was good times. That was fun.
I totally agree. I love being here. I'll take it any day.
Yeah, awesome. All right, well,
Awesome.
That's everything pretty much wrapped up from here. I'm just having a look. I don't know when the next race is for this one. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can bring it up for you here. Give me 2 seconds. So event menu, races. I think there's one at Paul Ricard. So Imola, yeah, Paul Ricard. There you go. September 17th. So that's a couple of weeks away. We're going to do it all again. That's the Paul Ricard 2-hour and then a Suzuka 90-minute race with. We've got a few races coming up. Anyway, so the next one in a couple of weeks, Paul Ricard 2-hour. That'll be fun. I love Paul Ricard. Great track.
Oh yeah. And I actually should be there, and I would love to be shoutcasting here more, and I had a great time.
Beautiful. Well, the feeling was certainly mutual. But yeah, thanks for joining me, and yeah, we'll do it all again in a couple of weeks. So Zach, thank you very much.
Any day.
Everyone else in the chat, thank you to all of those.
Thank you guys for all the interesting comments, especially from Jimmy.
Yeah,
very helpful.
Yeah, no, good times. And yeah, once again, congratulations to Shu Chen. Hopefully for the next one, we'll get his livery because I'm sure it'll be a cracker. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. That's it from here. My name's Nick. I've been joined by Zach. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. We'll do the 2-hour pool.
Have a good one, guys.
See you, everyone.